Hello and welcome. My name's Adam Riancho. We have not been on the channel since Thursday night, since we had the Candyman. It's good to be back. Happy to be here. We're back for some drafts, and you know what time it is. Let us begin. You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming. Thought I'd hold it for just a sec. We got Pepper Tony in here, Fimpst yet again, and we got Who Hames. What's up, fam? Nice to see you. Speaking of Who Hames, before we begin, I'd like to pull up some drafts I did earlier today off the live stream, but they were technically streamed. We had one where we joined in the, I believe it was the second draft that Who Hames did with Jerry. We were in his lobby. I'll take a look at that one in just a sec. But I also watched the Fancy Dog Pound stream. He had a fun stream with BBG and PPR Tyler. And in that first lobby, I did join. So this one was the one with Dog Pound. I was in it. Is this the one with Dog Pound? No, this is the one with Who Hames. Correct. This is the one with Who Hames. Yeah. I had the 101, went Gibbs, Chase Brown, Brock Bowers, then tried to catch up at receiver with Waddle, DJ Moore. Addison, I pulled up, said, fuck it, why not? Also took Chuba Hubbard. He's a starter. And then Wan'Dale Robinson was available there. I did stack up Waddle with Bo Nix, took Baker Mayfield at a little falling value, paired up with Jalen Coker, a little bit past ADP as well. We grabbed both Panthers running backs with Jonathan Brooks to pair with Chuba. With Omar Cooper Jr., reached on Tank Bigsby. He was not going to make it back. Took Kate Otten with Baker. We have Bowers, so I was willing to pull him up for the stack. I feel good about that. Grabbed Malik Washington and Christian Kirk around the 16-17 turn. Paired him with Tua just to get a little unique with that quarterback selection. We got Pat Bryant at a major discount, picked 217. Couldn't pass that up. That's super late. And then did take Jerome Ford with the final pick of the draft. So a 3-6-9-2. We had Bowers and Kate Otten, and I think a fun running back room with solid receiver depth to go with 9 receivers when Waddle is our first click. That's not bad. We got Jonathan in here. What's up, my man? Appreciate you stopping by, and very much looking forward to speaking with you in the future. Hopefully I can get Jonathan on the channel at some point this summer. We'll see. I'm sure we'll find a time. Jonathan, a longtime viewer, member of the subscriber league, sent me some jerseys the other day. Yo, let's take a brief just moment just to shout out Jonathan. I'll come right back. Yo, Jonathan coming in clutch with not just one Justin Herbert jersey, not just one, 2 Justin Herbert jerseys. And then for Leia, a gift for Leia, couldn't forget Leia, a Joe Burrow Bengals jersey. Like, if this isn't like a perfect gift, like, holy shit. Thank you so much, Jonathan. We gotta rep these on the channel. I gotta get him dry clean. Appreciate you for the gift. I gotta get him dry clean. That's all. But these are crisp. These are dope. Really appreciate it. Yeah. You're good, man. You're good. The thought is what counts the most. Really appreciate you. So kind of you, and appreciate your your wife being okay with that. But damn, that was quite a gift unpacked earlier this week. Really appreciate Jonathan. We got to get him on sometime soon. Maybe after the Seahawks draft their rookie running back. Maybe we'll have Jonathan on the channel. But as well as a partridge in a pear tree. Yeah, indeed, there was also a little extra gift there. Could not forget a partridge in a pear tree. So yeah, that was dope. That was awesome. And yeah, thank you so much once again. And no worries, man. Really appreciate it. But let's hop into a draft. Maybe we'll take a look at the Fancy Dog Pound draft later on. But given we got some people trickling in, maybe y'all want to get to business. If you would like to join, we are hopping in a big board. I will pull it up on the phone just as a failsafe. We have been hitting the location error a few too many times, and it's always annoying. So, all right, got it on the phone, and for good measure, whoops, we also have it on the computer. So the big board, the $10 entry, we're going to be hopping in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's get in. And the computer's working just fine. We're +7, waiting on 7. If you would like to hop in, come and get it. Everyone is welcome. No worries at all. It's fun to draft together. Even if you get sniped, it's still fun. And it's always nice to have a record of the draft you did take, in case you do end up winning it big. In case you are the team that wins this tournament, it would be nice to have this video to look back on. Pepper Tony telling me to pull up Achan. Bro, if you were willing to do it yourself in Who Hames little board earlier, I would do it, Pepper Tony. I would do it just for you. But we have done it in the past. It's not like I've never not given in to the request. I believe I've pulled up Achan maybe at pick 7, maybe even as early as pick 6. There was a time. Yes. I think you made a mistake, man. Let us all down. Let us down. You thought you could get sneaky, get him to come back to you. You went with Jefferson, I believe, at pick 9. Had to do it. Had to do it, man. Disappointing not to see it happen. But I believe we still have 4 spots left if anyone wants it. Angus, yeah, we are in a big board. Big boy pants. We're down to 2 spots. 2 spots remaining. We got Mr. Mufasa in here. You ready to claim it, Mr. Mufasa? We have 2 spots left. No worries if you just want to spectate. As always, no worries if you just want to watch. Tomorrow, I have to double check on my messages. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we have a collab planned with OTS Off the Schneid. We are hopping on Cody's stream tomorrow evening. He is streaming at 7:15 Pacific Standard Time. He is a bit of a late drafter streamer, and we are going to hop on his stream tomorrow if everything goes to plan. And then later in the week, we should have him on the channel as well. It's going to be fun. Looking forward to that tomorrow. And then on Thursday, last time I was live, we did have the Candyman Fantasy Football Garage here joining us. Chris offered some deep insights and great takes. We got Marcus Hernandez in at the 6. Appreciate you reminding me of your username. Dez got slabs in at the 6. Marcus is joining us. I recognize Stage 9, our forever clinger that refuses to let me know who he is. Maybe he's just a high volume drafter. Maybe it's just a coincidence. But Stage 9, happy to see you once again, whether you are watching or not, whether you choose to reveal yourself or not. Nice to see you. With the party hat on the pug. Or maybe that's a French Bulldog. In at the 4. But Mr. Mufasa, I'm spectating this time around. I'm trying so hard to hold off my last 3 big boards. Oh, if you only have 3 left, I completely understand. I think I still have 3 little boards left. And it's been tough, but I've been clinging to those, holding on for dear life. And saving them, I think we're going to do at least week 1 over the course of the week and coming soon. But after this pick, we will have a first-time event on the channel. I think I'm going to surprise you with something that happens after our first pick. I think you're going to be a little surprised with a rare sighting. But we do get an Amon-Ra team. You know what? I got a lot of Amon-Ra. I'm a little bit lower than where I'd like to be on Jefferson. Fine. I will take Jefferson instead. Perfectly fine with the Amon-Ra, but here we go. Drum roll. We have a beer on the hat. There is a beer on the hat. That's usually not what we do. Indeed she is. She wants to spoil the moment. Very rare occurrence. We're drinking a beer on the live stream. Almost never do that. No, literally have never done that. But in the mood, it was in the fridge. Fuck it. Let's go with it today. But it's not like we're not doing both. We're still getting faded. Don't pretend this is not going to involve a few smoke breaks every now and then. Extremely rare sighting on the channel tonight. Appreciate you joining me. We get the 8 slot, my most common selection. Whoop-de-doo. Who would have thought? Yet another pick 8 draft. That's usually what happens. Especially if I'm alone, that's typically what happens. Pick 8 by far and away. My most common selection. But Amon-Ra does fall to 10. Not bad. Boom shakalaka. Goes with James Cook, Devon Achane. And then the team at 12 goes Genty, Kenneth Walker. Saquon does get sniped, so we get our boy. See, you got to fake him out with the thumbnail. You got to put the wrong player on the thumbnail. We do not want Saquon. On this channel, we are heavily fading Saquon. That is the take of the preseason, you want to call it. Like, in terms of drafting season, this is the preseason. This is before the NFL draft. All my pre-draft takes are heavily fading Saquon, Barkley, and we've put our chips into the Tank Bigsby vault. So we see Walker go above Hampton. I think that's wrong. We see Henry go above Hampton. From a single week spike week standpoint, maybe that's fine. That's probably correct, but I do think Hampton has a higher ceiling. I know Henry can crush, but at his age, I'm just not expecting him to finish top 4 at the position again. He can still be the guy you need week 17. That's what happened last year, but I do believe Hampton will outscore him. I also think Saquon is the least appealing running back in round 2 for the price. Now that Walker goes at the top of round 2, maybe not. Maybe it's Walker, at least in this tournament when he was going much, much later. But I will forever be a Hampton truther in the second round. Nice and beer. I mean, maybe I should put the Justin Herbert. Maybe I should put the Herbert jersey on. You know what? For the sake of Madison beer, we're gonna go Herbert and a beer. That's definitely, I think, the correct decision. Let's go. We got our beer, Herbo and the beer. Mixes well together. Jamie gonna have to write a new song? Probably. Yo, that team, Marcus going McBride Bowers. Damn, that's interesting. Imagine if we got Bowers to fall at pick 32. That'd have been crazy. Come on, Sawyer. Give it to me. Pass on A.J. Brown. Do it. Do it. Pass on A.J. Brown. Let's go. Vamonos. Taking Breece Hall. Fuck that shit. Thoughts on Walker's new ADP? In this contest, a little bit gross. Just knowing you could also get him at pick 34, 35 sometimes. You know, like, there's going to be teams with that combination. And, like, in the top 3 rounds, it's a little bit sad to get rid of. But just straight up, outside the contest, just like, is it the correct pick? I think once you're in this tier in round 2, all these guys, I think, have a similar argument. I have him 1 spot above Barkley, who is 1 spot above Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love is in that, like, Kenneth Walker, Saquon, Derrick Henry tier that I have behind Hampton and Achane, Genty, and Cook. I view there to be like a top 4 running backs in this tier. There's like 8 of them that just went off the turn, and then the back 4 are in a separate tier. Walker is in that tier, but given he's just with the Chiefs, it makes sense that, like, there's a ton of hype on it. But I'd like to see what they do at O-line before I tell you this is like a guaranteed locked in smash of a pick. at the top of round 2. But going mid round 2, I think it's fine. I would take Neighbors over him. I don't think I would take London over him. London falls to 29. That's interesting. But I would go Walker right behind like Neighbors at like pick 18. That's fine. Almost Bucky circling back, pick 41. It's unique. Is it correct? Is it correct? I will pass. I'm gonna see where he falls. I'm gonna see where he ends up. We take Lad. Just give myself the full reason to go with Herbo. But Tron FPS says Chargers are def making the backfield a split to keep Hampton healthy. To a certain extent, I still believe Hampton can score 16 touchdowns this year. Like, I genuinely think he is live to be the RB3. I'm still a believer. Call me a homer all you want, but I genuinely believe it. I really do. Keaton Mitchell going to get more touches than people think. How many more, though? Like, is he going to max out at like 8 touches? 8, 10 touches? Like, that's the best case scenario I can really envision for him. I'm willing to pump the brakes on chasing Keaton Mitchell up the board. Does he have very high upside? Absolutely. Totally. He has tremendous upside if Hampton goes down. But barring a house call, which Keaton Mitchell has the speed to do, I just don't see it. I think him and Kimani Vidal are both going to filter in. I would give 70-ish% to Hampton. Minimum 65. I see it more as like 70, pushing 75% of the touches. And then the other 25, 30% is going to be split fairly evenly between Keaton Mitchell and Kimani Vidal. Keaton can catch passes, but not as much of a like huge skill set of his in the pro game. I believe that Kimani will be a little bit more of a pass catcher compared to Keaton Mitchell. So we can all have our different stances. That's perfectly fine. We'll see what happens. Tron says, I think Keaton is the Hampton handcuff over Vidal. I would say that as well. I'd rather have Keaton than Vidal, but I don't think it's like drastically different, in all honesty. But from a spike week standpoint, yes. Yo, Lamar at pick 56? Fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do that. For the integrity of the draft, let's prevent the team with Flowers and Derrick Henry to get him at pick 58. Lamar this late. QB4 off the board. Daniels goes. Burrow goes unstacked. The fuck is team 2 doing? Lamar at 56. Let's go. Let's go. Feels good. But never had that combo yet. Which combo? I got sidetracked. Apologies, Marcus. It's got to be the McBride Bowers combo. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't think I've seen that at all. I think this is the first time I've seen it where Bowers falls this late into the third. Can't blame you for trying it, especially this late into the contest. JSN Trey McBride Bowers with Bucky at pick 43 and then Beischel Tootin. So kind of a little bit negating some of the ADP values by pulling up Tootin to where he might have been earlier in the contest. But in round 5, Tootin, that feels fine. I'm not going to complain about that. Very unique start. Very interesting. I imagine Marcus just cannot be drafting a third tight end. That's the only way I think it probably works. To invest that much and draft a third is probably not the right move. But yo, Jerry's in here. What's up, Jerry? Loved your appearance on Who Hames earlier today. Anyone watching, check out Jerry's channel. Check out Who Hames' channel. They had a dope collab earlier today. Some very interesting takes. Agree on a lot of things, but also disagree in some aspects. And I missed the poll result. Who won the poll between Woody Marks and Emmett Johnson? Okay. Hertz goes. Scadaboo falls here. That's kind of... I mean, Swift is there. It's definitely the safer pick, but I have far more Swift, not much Scadaboo. Am I willing to do it? Yes, I'm willing to give it a try. Let's do it. Let's take Scatterboo there. If he's healthy, if he dodges Jeremiah Love and like a solid investment in the draft, Scatterboo's gonna be fan fucking tastic. Risky for sure. Had to apologize on Twitter yesterday, or was it today, for some naive, insensitive comments or something about CTE and asthma. I didn't see the comments. I just saw the him apologize. But as someone with asthma, I'm just gonna give Scatterboo a little pass here. As someone who grew up with asthma, I was not offended enough by the headline to even look. I know Scatterboo's not the wisest decision maker. I'm willing to neglect his off the field antics. I do not need to look up to Scatterboo as a personal role model to believe he's a good pick on my fantasy team. Until he gets like thrown in jail, like Rashi Rice, he'll stay on my board. Rashi Rice is basically off my board, but that's a different situation. That's a much different situation. All right, let me catch up on the chat. I feel like I've definitely fallen behind, but we're gonna dazzle you with our super plate. San Diego Superchargers. Let's go. Young Moolah's in here. What up, my man? I'm loving the joint emoji. I gotta add some more emojis, but the joint one is clutch. Captain Spock's in here. Yo, what's up? I just did a Sunday night dab and draft session. Good luck with it. I've never been able to handle dabs in a comfortable fashion. They're fun. They're really strong, but I don't like coughing that much. And once I had to get on the train in Boston on like my first dab ever, and holy shit, my balance was just like so bad. I've like just ignored them for a while. Come on, Sawyer, don't snipe me. Let me have some fun. Let me enjoy my night. I'm even gonna spend extra. I'm even gonna take him a little early. Go Sutton. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. We have a Lamar Jackson and Justin Herbert team. Let's fucking go. Fuck yes. Angus says Hampton can easily be just a better version of what Henry and Jacobs have been regarding touchdowns if Harbaugh is willing to fall in love. Then that's what we're going to get. If Harbaugh is willing to get hurt again by putting all of his emotional stock in the Hampton basket, we could have a true just surge of touchdowns that we haven't seen in the Chargers offense in quite some time. I don't think 20 plus touchdowns is like completely impossible. Could we look back a year from now and say that was a dumb take? Possibly. Rico goes, you all know I like Rico in this range, but I think I'm just gonna play it safe. I think I'm just gonna take the points, and I'm gonna take Wan'Dale Robinson. I genuinely believe Wan'Dale is a phenomenal 8th round pick. Would have taken Addison there. Would have been happy to take Addison. We do have Justin Jefferson. But now we're on this side of the Addison drafter. I might take Kyler if I really want to. Can't say I'm dying to do it, but might do it. Okay. Go Chargers. You know it. Keaton 5'8" in my honest best case. You like him in round 5? Wait, no. Okay, I don't know. I know who Hames is not in. Yeah, I misread this. Peppertoni says people getting too frothy about Keaton, Hampton first round pick, who the coach has Goo eyes for. Yeah, I think people just didn't get sold on Hampton, and they watched him in Brazil when he ran out of bounds before the 2-minute warning, and were like, fuck this guy. He wasn't very good first couple weeks, had some bad matchups. Unfortunately, once he started popping off in weeks 4 and 5, I was at the game against the Commanders. He went down, had a high ankle sprain. He was out for a long time. He was in the tent forever. Literally, like before the fourth quarter started, he went in the tent. He did not exit until the game was over. Literally, I left the stadium before Hampton left the tent. It was interesting. Can't believe Hampton went RB11 in this draft. He has McDaniel now. He should be top 6. Appreciate the vote of confidence, Captain Spock. I will happily take a lobby like this that ignores Hampton behind Saquon and Henry. Fuck yes, I will happily be in a lobby like this. Gab, Young Moolah is with me on this. Keaton, just don't see it for what everyone is hyping it up to be. Yeah, this is where the Tank Bigsby disrespect is like so notable in my opinion, because like you should be more interested in like the only handcuff on an elite offense more so than someone that's in a double backfield if the starter goes down. Keaton is not going to be getting 80% of the snaps when Vidal played that well last year. Wow, Jacoby Myers falling crazy in this one, but there is Laporta on the board. I kind of want my tight end. Damn it. I should be taking Myers, but structurally, I just want the tight end here that I think can be elite. Laporta could actually be like the tight end 3 this season. Like his sophomore year, we were drafting him as the tight end 1 overall. Do y'all remember this when Laporta was going round 2 or round 3? I think it was round 3. Laporta, if he stays fully healthy, will fucking crush. He gets Trey McBride's play caller from last season. From the last few seasons, Drew Petzing, who made Trey McBride insanely valuable, goes to Detroit with Sam Laporta. Laporta just needs to stay healthy, and he will crush the ADP. This is why tight end is really interesting, because you can call your shot early, and it makes a lot of sense. It feels great. But knowing that Dez got slaps, got both McBride and Bowers, there's a little bit of a weakness in terms of the overall value at tight end. There's one other team in this lobby that does not have that truly elite guy. And although I passed on Kyler, I already had Lamar, I already had Herbert, it's okay. Didn't need it. Myers finally goes 111. That's wild. What a good pick. Quentin Johnston here. Fuck. I didn't want him to come back. Damn it. No, this is why we go Laporte in that last round. Just to stay balanced. Keep my head on a swivel. Remember what we're building. We need running backs periodically before they dry up. It gets gross soon. We only have Hampton and Scadaboot. Let's take Dobbins. Gadsden goes to the Bo Nix drafter. That's perfectly fine. Gadsden is fine in this range. He's not my favorite click, but he's fine. Yeah, Hampton is going to be my boy this year. Not going to sugarcoat it. Definitely my boy. But they did... He got okay money. Like, okay, let's be specific. How much money did Keaton Mitchell sign for? An average 4.6 mil per year. That's decent. He's only 24. That's notable. He's 5'8". Oh, is this what Huhame's meant? Yeah, 5'8". 179 pounds. But basically getting a $5 million salary this year, and then next year 4.2. Fully guaranteed for 1 season, 5 mil. He's fine. I'm not gonna scoop him up like crazy early before where he goes. I'm not gonna overreact. I still think Kamani Vidal has some value in that backfield, but really Hampton is who you need to be investing in the most. Hampton is the one that can absolutely crush. Hampton can be the league winner, but okay, I'm really far in the chat. If this is in regards to the Lamar Jackson selection, I'm way behind. But Keaton is no one's handcuff. That entire backfield can get hurt, and Keaton will still be capped at 10 touches a game. He's 175 pounds, soaking wet. I think he could get more like 14 touches. I don't think he's really going to eclipse 15 very often, but I think 10 is kind of underselling it in the event when Hampton might get hurt. But wow, Tyler Shuck falling this late, that's kind of tempting. This is an interesting lobby. Damn, I might just do that. Fuck the Cam Ward stack. This is just the correct pick. Yeah, it didn't feel like I had to go 3 quarterbacks on this team, but really good value on Tyler Shuck, really phenomenal value on Lamar Jackson. I've kind of like a few weeks ago, I was taking Allen past pick 30 like every time. And then I got him up to like 14%. I was like, okay, I'm going to cool it for a while. And then I just pivoted to just taking Lamar after pick like 52. Like anytime Lamar is like pick 53 or later, I'll just take him. So pick 56 is actually like the latest I've gotten him. But I've been taking him a lot in like 52, 53, 54, 50, a couple times at 55, but I don't think I've seen him at 56. But yeah, Dez got slaps. Took Darnold over Shuck to pair with JSN. That makes sense. But Lamar price is crazy. The field is so bad. I will happily scoop that up. Happily scoop that up. But ain't no way I'm drafting another tight end. Yeah, definitely. I think you're stuck. But guy on my stream took 5 tight ends, started with Loveland. That's a little insane. 56% Woody, worst pick than Emmett, early ADP. I clicked on Woody in that poll, I'll be honest. Yeah, that makes sense. Emmett still has some outs, like Woody's just locked in as like, yikes. Okay, so far the build has Lamar, Herbert, and Shuck. Hampton, Scottaboo, Dobbins. Receiver room is pretty good with Herbo stacked up with Ladd, and then Jefferson, AJ Brown, Wandale. Might need to get back in soon. Team before me, Bagel with Ham only has 3 receivers. He took Shakir with Lamb, Higgins, and Devontae. Okay. I don't think Jawan's a bad click here, but everyone in this range is like a little bit gross. Yeah, I'll do that. He thinks he's worth more money than he is, but once he signs, he'll be moving up the board. He's okay. Honestly, there's a chance he ends up in LA with the Chargers. There's a chance. I wouldn't be entirely shocked. They still have a lot of cap space. And I think they're going to bring someone in. Everyone just assumes it's going to be Keenan, but that's not what I really want. I would love them to give Trey Harris a shot, but if they're going to spend money on a veteran, bring in someone new, Keenan is at the end of the rope. So Jawan would be interesting. Debo would be interesting. So still a little mystery box with Jawan. Might end up being stacked up with Herbert. Could end up being stacked with Tyler Shuck, but they have like no cap space, so probably not. Really doubt that. But is Judkins being slept on because he's on the Browns? I think he's going at a fair value. But yes, that's the reason. He goes there because he's on the Browns and it feels a little gross. But Judkins has tremendous spike week potential. He's also rather matchup dependent. If you're watching him last year, his touchdown games were the ones you wanted, and they were very well correlated with like really easier matchups. Judkins can still give you like 20, 22 touches and only like 9 points. There are times you just don't get the touchdown because it is the Browns. But in terms of just like RB1 value, definitely Judkins, a solid click in that range. I'm fine scooping him up every now and then. But I prefer DeAndre Swift, who does fall. Swift went pick 68 in this lobby. Damn. Team with Taylor got a good price there. But they took Rashi, so their team is, oh wow. Neighbors, London, Rashi, Adams, Swift. So the team with Taylor at 5. That's unique. But that's interesting. But Keaton Mitchell goes to the team with C-Rod at 145. Be my guest. No, thank you. I am okay. But this is the range where everyone's a handcuff. So it's not the end of the world. But ooh, it'd be interesting to get. There's someone I'm definitely looking at here that would be interesting. But Scatterboo needs to have the quote, "It's better to keep your mouth shut and appear stupid than open it and remove all doubt." Damn, I think I might just take. Yeah, let's just do that. Fuck it. Both Giants running backs. As long as Jeremiah Love doesn't go there, I think I'm all right. Take the hedge, the bet that Jeremiah Love is just off the board, goes to the Titans. A pretty fair bet. But time for a rip. I would agree. Crossface. Or take a sip, and then we'll also take a rip from the pipe. Oh, actually, I need to pack a little bit. We're riding thin in the bowl. Okay. Cheers, y'all. Cheers. Yo, I can't believe it. I've been forgetting it lately. I apologize. We need the music. We need the background music. My bad. Yeah, definitely too late for background music, FK Coolers. Appreciate you hopping in here, saying hello. I am so fucking behind on the chat. My bad. What were you doing in Boston, my neck of the woods? I went to college in Boston. I went to Emerson College, studied film at Emerson College, lived in Eastie for 3 years, and fun town for college. Great town to be in. Not going to take Bryce Young, so really hoping Bagel with Ham scoops him up. Doesn't snipe me. Goes Jonathan Brooks. Would have loved Brooks there. Damn it. That is unfortunate. That's a bummer. Good pick. Fuck. I think I'll just take James Conner. Not in love with the receiver values here. A little gross. Just give me James Conner. That's fine. Yeah, we may have gone with an extra one. Let's see, if I didn't take Shuck there, what was the click? Because, like, receiver had dried up pretty fast. Even Josh Downs was taken. Golden went one pick before. That was unfortunate. Wasn't going to pull up Mendoza or Cam Ward. With Laporta, I did not feel the need to take a tight end. So the only other 3 picks that were off the board there were Jonah Coleman, McMillan, and Shakir. Now, I made the right click going Tyler Shuck. The board left them to me at a good value. Their mistake, some sharp picks elsewhere, but I think, which team had Olave? The team with Olave passed for Casey Concepcion and Jaden Higgins. I think that was a mistake. MS Aravia. I think they should have taken Tyler Shuck there instead of Jaden Higgins, but I guess the receiver room was a little weak. They only had Olave, Waddle, Pierce at that point. I get feeling the pressure there, but nah. I don't think that was the right way to do it. But would have loved Matthew Golden there, one click away instead. I do like Golden a lot in round 11. He's starting to go around 10 now, very consistently. Kyler with Lamar and Herbert, I thought about it, but didn't want to get a third quarterback that wasn't at a value. 5 to 8 touches makes a lot more sense. Wanda Robinson, the wide receiver 1 in Tennessee, that's how it looks. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. 140 targets for Wandale incoming. Book it. Reuniting with Brian Dable. Book it. Wandale Robinson, smash pick in the 8th round. He goes in the 9th, and he is a amazing value. Phenomenal click, if you ask me. But Laporta was number 7 in fantasy points per game. I like his draft value going as late as he is going. He feels like a tier break. He feels like the last of a group that can finish in the top 3. Because Kittle would fit in that group, but he's injured. We're in an interesting spot. I think I'm just going to go Trey Harris, I believe. And just let the chips fall coming back. I don't want Judy. That feels gross. I want to stack with Herbert. Just give me Trey Harris. Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Ladidi McConkey, Wanda Robinson, Jawan Jennings, and Trey fucking Harris. Let's go. Bully tight end, an unorthodox and possibly a differentiation strategy. You know I have a few. One really sick one. Would love to hear, is it also Trey McBride Bowers, Young Moolah, or is it like Bowers and Loveland? But yeah, would love to hear a little bit more. I do not do it. I should probably do at least one, but I genuinely don't really do it. I love that Vidal is free now. He's interesting. I could maybe get him a little bit later. But the running back room is pretty solid. We have Hampton, Scadaboo, Dobbins, and Tyrone Tracy. So I can wait for Scadaboo to get healthy with this team. Dobbins going to be healthy early in the season and probably get hurt by week 10, just like last year. So not counting on him too much. later in the season. But until Scatterboo returns, I'm also getting the Tyrone Tracy points, so early year production for sure. And then James Conner also a little bit more early, but given they brought in Algier, there's a world where Conner stays healthy and maybe Algier's the one that goes down. Then we have an RB1 in Conner. We might have the touchdown leader in that backfield just straight up. Conner is not going to go away. He'll probably be team captain again. So feels like a really interesting high upside running back room. Would have loved Njoku there. That's a bummer. Damn. Tight end is a little bit thin in this lobby given the circumstances, but Tesla circling back. I think I'm gonna pass and just lock up my 6th running back. It gets thin as fuck moving forward. So we scoop up Tank Bigsby, my boy. I'm now at, I think I'm holding strong at 35% Tank Bigsby. I think I've been sniped a few times. On occasion, I've passed, tried to see if I could get him to fall. But here, as just a locked-in RB6, that's typically how I start every draft. I kind of just mentally put Bigsby in my lineup as the RB5 or RB6. If he is the RB5, I know my room is a little bit weaker than typical, but if he's the RB6, I think I have one of the strongest, most valuable rooms in the lobby. I genuinely think Bigsby is one of the best bets. In round 16, Slim Pickens down here. Definitely give me Tank Bigsby at 185 instead of Keaton Mitchell 145. I will happily go Tank Bigsby. Josh says, too bad the Raiders don't just use Tom Brady as starting quarterback and just draft Jeremiah Love to help out Ashton Genty and forget about Mendoza. Brady helped Bucks win a Super Bowl. Yeah, but Brady's also an announcer now. Brady's doing his own thing. Brady's fucking Sidney Sweeney or some shit. Like, Brady's moved on. Brady could still probably win a Super Bowl. Definitely possible, but conflict of interest. I'm willing to be done with the Brady era. We can put that in the past. It lasted a long time, but if you told me I had to watch another Super Bowl with Brady under center in the AFC, representing the AFC, that would be annoying. Before I see Justin Herbert in the Super Bowl, fuck that shit. Raiders should take Love and run the Wildcat. That'd be interesting. I'm sure Tom Brady as starting quarterback with Max Crosby would succeed. He'd be fine, but as a Charger fan, I don't want him in my division. That's for sure. Judkins is capped by a shit offense, but he could still have multiple 2-touchdown games. That's for sure. That's still possible. That's still possible. Tron says, I like Judkins with that improved O-line, and his new coach likes to run the ball. I'm not going to tell you I'm in love with him, but I faded him for a while, and now I feel like I faded him long enough where if he falls to me at a value, I will happily take him. I'm like, yeah, I'll take Judkins there in the late 5th. But in general, I'm never reaching for him. I'm never forcing the pick. I don't think it's completely necessary. All right, so we faded tight end for a significant amount of time, and I think it works out. Just give me the floor, give me the points, and it does feel really nice to have Sam Laporta on this team. Like, knowing I can have one of the elites, also 6 picks past ADP, paired with Kate Otten, solid floor type of guy, going to get roughly 75 targets this season. That's pretty much a lock. That's usually what he averages last, like, 3 years in Tampa. They brought him back. Evans is gone. Otten will serve as a consistent, just like 7-8 point guy in my lineup. Like, not going to count on him too often to do more than that. But can he give me that like 6 or 7 times? Absolutely. What's up, Jamie? Nice to see you. Maybe when you hopped in, maybe just intuitively I put the music on. Glad the music was on when you hopped in. Definitely adds a little extra to the production value. Do I like Beischel? He's okay. I think him going in the 5th round in this lobby was perfectly fair. Pick 54. Behind Montgomery, behind Travion. That's interesting. But ahead of Quinshon, that makes sense. I think behind Javonte, the running back position is really up for grabs. I think you can argue for him around Javonte and later through Scatabo, Swift. All that tier, the entire tier feels pretty similar, in my opinion. So I'm fine with it, but in these contests, I'm still like a little bit averse to clicking it like crazy, just because, damn it, Jeremy Bernard goes to bagel with ham. Good selection. Is he on the board? No, fuck. Shit. Okay, thought they were still available. I'll just take Pat Bryant. Fuck it. I'm still willing to believe in one of the two Denver receivers that goes this late. What are we, pick 209? I'm fine with that. Yeah, I still believe in Pat Bryant. He was starting to come alive at the end of last season. Before he got injured in the playoff game, he was their go-to option. So I was of the mindset that Pat Bryant was like more valuable from ADP standpoint than Sutton. I was heavily drafting Pat Bryant and fading Cortland Sutton. If I'm past pick 200, I'm willing to still click on Pat Bryant, but I'm willing to also let him fall. He used to go where like Ayuk, Debo went in this draft. Not going to take him there for sure, but round 18, yeah, fuck it. I'll take that when I need receiver. I have 6 already that I feel somewhat okay with. Pat Bryant, wide receiver 7. That's perfectly fine. I still have 2 rounds left. We need at least one more receiver. Might take a 9th, to be honest, but I think with Jefferson, AJ Brown, and Ladd, with Wandale, I can get away with just 8. I will take one more, though, for sure, and then I probably need a 3rd tight end, more than a 9th receiver. So that's the plan. Not sure which round I'll do which selection, but last 2 picks, receiver and tight end in some order, is the plan. But turn the lights off. Says, nice, my wife was in Harvard and talked about how great Boston was all the time. I worked at Harvard, not for Harvard. I worked for New York Film Academy. They have a camp there in the summer on the Harvard campus, and I worked there for 3 years. That was a fun job. Harvard is a really nice, Cambridge is a really nice part of town, but Harvard's a bit snobby. Like, if it wasn't the summer, I might not have enjoyed it as much as I did, because if you're in Boston this summer, honestly, that's the time to go. If you're an adult, if you're not gonna go to college and you just want to check out Boston, go in the summer. The city literally is like cut in half population wise in the summer because there's so many students. So that's the time to go. Weather can be a little bit gross at times, but like if you're just trying to have a nice time, obviously Boston in the summer is not bad. Boston in the winter is not fun at all. Unless there's like a parade because one of the teams won. Sports are pretty critical in Boston to keep things interesting. But yeah, if you're not in college, I would highly recommend visiting Boston during the summer. Much more comfortable environment. Boy, tight end is getting thin, and we at least have a starter still on the board. But the teams after me all have 3. You know what? Fuck it. I'll push it. I'm fine with that. Give me Ryan Flournoy. I'll do that. I don't think these teams are going to go with 4 tight ends. If I had to guess, maybe that team with Schultz, maybe I should have just taken Mike Gesicki, but oftentimes Gesicki just goes undrafted, so I could still get a good option. I almost took Flournoy the last pick, in all honesty, so got him there at 224. I think he's a good selection. Could have taken Devon Vele for this stack, but I'm not a believer. I feel really confident that they are drafting someone. It's just not going to be Vele's job as the number 2, so I'll take Ryan Flournoy. And I think with the Pickens situation, Flournoy is going to be moving up the board. And he's also a good click for spike week potential. Can easily have a couple games with over like 100 yards because he's the handcuff receiver in Dallas. And if someone gets hurt, he will pop. But it's not just Lamb you have to worry about getting hurt. It's also Pickens who could also go down. Flournoy has a few paths to really be live in any given week with over 100 yards. But I do Michael on a Liam Cohen team. Year 2 seems like a winner to me. Right. Michael's the one asking about Tootin. My bad. 140 targets for Wandale, but only 7 of them will be a catch. I'll give you 85. I'll give you 85. I like Laporta should go after Warren, to be honest. Could definitely argue for it. I think that entire tier is like super valuable. Warren through Laporta, and Laporta goes last, so I guess he's the most valuable. I have been trying to scoop him up, especially as my tight end 2. I'm not afraid of it at all either. Like if you give me Bowers and Laporta out of the 101, I feel really excited. But that decision does pay off. Gesicki does circle back. Is there any other tight end I could consider. Not really. Not with like a lot of confidence. I'll just take Gesicki. That feels perfectly fine. We have a 3-6-8-3 with Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, Tyler Shuck. Lamar is unstacked. I don't give a shit. That's perfectly fine. The player that is stacked is Justin Herbert tremendously. He's stacked up with Hampton, our RB1. He's also stacked up with Ladd McConkey and Trey Harris, and that feels pretty solid. But our running back room feels pretty good given some risk factors. Hampton in the 2nd. We got Scadaboo in the 6th. We took Dobbins, I believe it was round 10. And then we took Tyrone Tracy well past 80 pick. 152 feels awesome. And the only way this doesn't work out for me having both is if they draft Jeremiah Love. So high risk, high reward. Once Scadaboo can just stay healthy, be the guy, he has that 25-point upside that could really, really pay off dividends in the fantasy playoffs. But until he gets healthy, I have some solid contributions out of J.K. Dobbins, who will be healthy week 1. At least I would assume so. Maybe he gets hurt in training camp. Wouldn't shock me. But I think he can start the year fully healthy. Tyrone Tracy, perfectly correlated. The weeks the Scadaboo's out, we get the RB1 in New York. And then James Conner should be a solid contribution. And then Tank Bigsby, my guy, in round 16. Receiver room, we start off a little bit early with some big investments. We took Jefferson pick 8. We got A.J. Brown pick 32. Nice little fall in round 3. We took Ladd McConkey round 4. Passed on Bucky Irving, and I think it worked out well. Grabbed Wandale in the 8th, followed by Juwan Jennings super late. Pick 137 feels great for Juwan Jennings, even without a team at this point. Then we stacked up Trey Harris, 5 picks above ADP. I think that was the right click. Grabbed Pat Bryant at 209. He deserves to fall, but past 200, everyone's pretty gross. I think he is still a legit click in Denver. And then Ryan Flournoy picked 224. Almost took him instead of Pat Bryant at pick 209. So happy with that. And then our tight end room got a little interesting because of Marcus at pick 6. Took Trey McBride and Bowers, but I did grab Laporta at 104 in round 9. I'm really glad I did, even though he's unstacked. I feel like I have a phenomenal value at tight end. And then I waited, got Cade Otton for the points just to mix in at pick 200. That feels great. And then I also grabbed Mike Gesicki, almost the last tight end drafted in this lobby. He is a starter at the moment. They moved off of Noah Fant. They have yet to bring anyone in, and they gave him a decent contract 2 off seasons ago last year. At the moment, he is the best bet in that Bengals tight end room. So they do spread it around, to be honest with you. Like, I'm not like convinced that Gesicki's that good of a click, but in this lobby where tight end was going off pretty quickly and like a lot of names were scooped up, I could have maybe taken Andrews there, stacked them up with Lamar if they had gifted me that price, but I did not get him. And then some other guys got sniped. I was wanting Njoku, to be honest. He got sniped, so pivoted to Bigsby. That's fine. And then to settle on Otton, I'm perfectly fine with. Gesicki is a legit click in the final round, so that's good. That's fine. But Josh says DeAndre Hopkins wants to reunite with Kyler on the Vikings. That's interesting. That would be notable. I thought maybe Christian Kirk would go there, but Kirk went to the Niners. So Kirk is not the option. Somebody else will have to replace Jalen Naylor. Don't hate that. They also might draft someone, though. Probably going to be some time before Hopkins signs. But Huham says Team Keaton is overpriced. I love it. As I know you got a shit ton of Kamani Vidal, Huham, so I'm sure you're happy about that. But Judkins way over Tootin. I don't know if it's way over Tootin. I think it's a comparable tier. But just from the sake of the Jags offense, I think I would have Tootin maybe like one spot above Judkins if I was just ranking them off the top of my head. It's very similar tier, in my opinion. I think it's the same tier, if you ask me. I don't know if it's drastically different between the two. But Tron agrees Tootin over Judkins is a mistake. Maybe we disagree. Indubitably. I guess I don't. But the NBA is thinking about adding 2 new teams, one in Vegas and the other in Seattle. Do you think NFL will add new teams? Not yet. Not at the moment. Seattle NBA franchise, pretty funny. What's next? A St. Louis NFL franchise? That's probable. That would make sense. Maybe like It's weird because there's like the Montana, Wyoming, Idaho area that's just like oddly lumped in, like, you know, like the Dakotas could have a team, but I guess there's not enough people that live there. So where would they put a team other than like St. Louis that would like carry a lot? Would it be like Oregon? Could Portland get a team? What if Portland got a team? That'd be interesting. But maybe like New Mexico or something, somewhere on there, or like probably another Texas team, maybe a San Antonio team. Who knows? But NBA has what, 29 or 30 teams? They have 32. Oh no, yeah, the NBA has 30. The NFL has 32. You know, the St. Louis can have the Rams back. I think they can just go back. There's a lot more Rams fans here in LA. There's honestly still a lot more Raiders fans here in LA. LA is still not really adopted the Chargers, to be honest with you. Like I've been willing to do it, but before I went to college in Boston, I did spend a year in San Diego, so I had a little bit of a connection. And then I'm a Laker and Dodger fan. Didn't feel aligned with either Chargers or Rams, but at least the Chargers a little bit more, given my San Diego days. And then I also kind of wanted to root for one of the underdogs a little bit more. So I'm one of the few that has like fully adopted the Chargers as my team. But in general, most people are Rams fans. If there's one team that can probably leave because of the lack of fans, it's probably the Chargers. But live around the St. Louis area, I just tell them if you were better fans, you'd still have your team. NFL has 32 teams split into 8 4-team divisions. Would almost have to add 8 teams over X numbers of years to make sense. Yeah, maybe if they added 3 teams, there could be like 7 divisions with 5 teams apiece, and there's like some weirder like mix and match combos potentially. NFL would make more money adding 8 teams. That's a lot. That's a lot. 2 at least makes sense, but 8, holy shit. That's kind of hard to justify. I think 3 would probably make the most sense. Go to a 35 team league. I think that would make mathematical sense to divvy up. But if NFL adds more teams, it's going to be overseas. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, it'd be overseas. First team overseas to get a team is going to be London, most likely. Put it in London. Put one in Hawaii. I'd like to see one in Hawaii. That would be so, like, egregious, though. Put one in Cancun or something. Like, that'd be wild. Maybe they'll have one in, like, Madrid. You know, they play all the Germany games. Maybe they want a team in Germany. That'd be wild. Give Canada a team, for fuck's sake. But yeah. Definitely at least one in Canada. Yeah, that'd be crazy. The Cancun cartel. Yes, international. I was overlooking international. 100% international. With the Brazil contract, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. International, 100%. Well, you have to have the same number of teams in the divisions, but you could kind of just make it one conference. You know, like, that's kind of how I see it. Like, I guess, yeah, you might need the even number, but 7 5-division teams I think would be interesting, especially if one of those divisions was just straight up international. You know, that would be interesting. But maybe 36 is the sweet spot. Problem with adding teams is there already not enough quarterback talent. Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's, yeah, to add that many teams is pretty crazy. That would really dilute the player pool dramatically. But I would view it as 3 AFC, 3 NFC, and then 1 international. Young Moolah. But I get your point. I get your No. Jets shouldn't count. It's also burning in Nebraska. Saw that. That shit's crazy. Like, there's literally like 800,000 acres in Nebraska that have recently burned in like the last week or so. Shit's wild. One conference would be madness. That's the way it should be, though. That's what it should be. Yes, they would. It'd be mean. But here's the thing. Here's what I think they should do. Okay, let's pivot briefly. I think they should extend the NFL season calendar with like a comparable number of games. They want to extend to 18 games. If they're ever going to expand to like 20 games, what they should do is they should extend the calendar. Games should start maybe in like late July, mostly in domes. They should try to play more in domes in the summer months. And there should be more bye weeks and then more like random individual games on like a Tuesday or a Friday or a Wednesday. You know, there should be more football throughout the week than just the few days that we have. And I think it should cover more time, and they should have like more events if they're going to expand the calendar, and they should expand like the amount of teams. It's just like too much for the recovery timeline of every single week. Like, they should give players a little bit more time to recover if they're going to add all of these other games and other teams in the league. We would get more football for more times of the year, but I think it would be safer for the players, and it would be just more football over the course of the calendar. I'm in, but Who Ames absolutely hates this idea. That's perfectly fine. You're entitled to your opinion. It says NFL games should happen on a field that is a cross. It should be 2 games going on at once where the 50-yard line is the intersection point. Yeah, that's not going to be a problem at all. No one's going to get hurt at a higher rate than they already do. If anything, that's going to cut down on injuries. More games, more travel, shorter off-season. Players hate this idea. Well, if they're going to get paid that much, I think they can make some concessions. If the salary cap goes up above like 500 mil, then like if they're going to play more games, they need more recovery time. That's the thing. Like, that's the only way that it's like makes sense in my opinion. They would at least need to give them another fucking bye week if it's going to be like a 20 game season in the regular season. You know what I mean? They have to incorporate an extra bye week if they're going to keep extending the year. So we'll see. Definitely not likely to happen, but I think that would be interesting, but probably not going to happen. Split it up West and East like basketball. Honestly, I don't really like that. I don't really like the way the NBA is set up. It's kind of weird. And like, it's so difficult to make the playoffs and like make it out of the West. Meanwhile, the East is like just a joke every fucking year. You know what I mean? Like, it's lopsided in a unnecessary way. Teams should get 1.5 bye weeks. So Lions week 7 play the Bears and Niners. Is this in your like cross scenario where all the games intersect? NFL players waived could join the expansion teams. Yeah, we're going to have some really shitty football if that's the case. Halftime switch up. Okay, here's an idea, Who Hames. What if 3 teams are playing in this scenario and only one of them is on offense, and then the other 2 teams only put out like 8 players and they're on collective defense, and you can score in any direction. You start from midfield and you can go in like any direction. But then once you pick one, you have to commit. So it's like you want to pick up as much chunk yardage as possible. I think that'd be the way to make it work. Okay. So I think we're done for this little intermission here. Sorry. I think we're done. But in the meantime, let's pull up another big board. Let's remind you how this one went And then we were drafting with Des Got Slaps, who had McBride and Bowers. I want to see how Marcus's team wound up, to be honest with you. Nobody else revealed themselves in the chat, so we're only going to look at Des Got Slaps' team. He has Darnold, Brissett, and Tua. So waited quite a while on quarterback, went double elite tight end, and I guess got a little bit boxed in for a while, but has Darnold, Brissett, and Tua. It looks like we have, by the way, looks like we have 38 watchers. We have 24 likes. I will do the next big board at 30 likes. If you can head down, drop a like for me. You stuck around this late, I would really appreciate it. We got 40 viewers at the moment, going up to 39, 40. Do me a favor, 6 of you hit that like. Please, let's get to 30 plus likes for this second draft. But, okay, so Darnold, Brissett, and Tua. Bucky Irving at pick 43. Byshel Tootin, pick 54. Gainwell, Jordan Mason. Also has Woody Marks, George Holani, and LaQuint Allen. Not bad with 7 running backs. Also has JSN, Christian Watson, Jordan Tyson, Romeo Dobbs, Rashid Shaheed, Omar Cooper Jr., Jacoby Lane, and Tutu Atwell. So kind of thin towards the tail end, but love the Omar Cooper Jr. selection. The Watson and Jordan Tyson clicks are a little bit hard to like fully get behind, in all honesty. I'm not like in love with their price, but you did get Tyson at pick 78. That's great. That's great. I'm not going to shit on that at all. Well past ADP, a full round essentially. That's great. That's perfect. Dobbs at 91, a legit selection. Did I snipe you on Wandale? Yeah, I got ahead of you on Wandale. Yeah, a very fair pull up there with Romeo Dobbs. But also has Shaheed right at ADP, Omar Cooper Jr., phenomenal selection, and then Jacoby Lane, Tutu Atwell. That's the receiver room. So these last two I do not like. The Jacoby Lane, Tutu Atwell, it's fine, but like I think maybe this is like just showing the price you had to pay to go with McBride and Bowers in round 2. But such an awesome price on Bowers, I think you had to do it. If anything, you might have just regretted taking McBride when you saw Bowers still on the board there. So interesting team. Receivers a little bit thin, and then quarterback got a little bit gross as well. Maybe taking Bo Nix or someone there might have been the click, but yeah, a bit of a run. Almost got an insane price on Trevor Lawrence. That would have been interesting. But don't hate the team. I think it's pretty cool. Obviously, the elite tight end combo, super unique, definitely different, but it's a little bit hard to come back from. You did get a good price on Christian Watson, though. Oh, wow. Yeah, now I'm realizing where you took Christian Watson. That might have bailed you out. The discount on Watson and Tyson may have bailed you out there. Very, very interesting. But not a bad team. Not a bad team. Just need Darnold to pay off, and then for Tua to just remain the starter. Brissett should be okay. But that's kind of a weird team to know exactly what's going to happen as well. But running back room is solid. The nice price on Irving should work out. But have both Buccaneers. So consolidated the offense. Not bad at all. And then interesting swings. But some of the depth at running back is also pretty thin. These last 4 clicks are a little bit gross. Let's not pretend they're not. A little bit gross with the last 4. But in general, that's what it should be. In general, they're not going to be phenomenal clicks. But looks like we also have Dog Vision in at the 11 spot. Let's take a look at Boom Shakalaka. Love the username Dogvision6. Love it. Love it 100%. But we have James Cook and HN to start. That's going to be a good team. Love a team with double running back where Cook is the number 1. So out of the 11, Dogvision goes 3-6-8-3 with Baker, Malik Willis, and Cam Ward. A little pull up on Willis, but not going to come back around, so justified. James Cook, HN, Javante, with Ramondre Stevenson, pick 83. Nice discount on Ramondre. I know JCM fell far in this one, 155. That's a nice click. I almost took him myself. And then also got Tyjae Spears, 179. Tyjae's a little bit tough for me to swallow at this point in time. It's a little bit tough because I drafted him a lot back in February. And then now that I'm kind of pretty convinced that Jeremiah Love is going there, I'm like, I need Pollard to get cut or traded for me to keep investing in Tajay. I had a little too much Tajay, but 9 picks past ADP after he's been falling considerably. What's his like overall number these days? Tajay is going running back 52. That feels legit. That feels perfectly fine. RB6, you got a strong room up top. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. Okay, receiver has Igbuka, Carnell Tate, Makai Lemon. I think Tate is the Browns receiver one. I think Makai Lemon is the Dolphins wide receiver one. And potentially one of these guys is on the Chiefs. So I prefer them over Tyson. Got them right at ADP. Has Jordan Addison at a good, decent price. Addison, I've been pulling him up. Anywhere in the 7th, I'm fine with Addison. So if you get him in the 8th, that's dope. And then Jalen McMillan is the 5th. A little shaky, but not bad. Also has Igbuka. Do you have Baker? Yeah, I have Baker with the double stack. Debo at a good price. Elik Ayamanor. We'll see. I'm more of a Chimeri DK type of guy, but Ayamanor also a legit click. And then Jalen Tolbert, another Miami guy for the stack. Yeah, nice. You got 2 Dolphins stacked up with Malik Willis. Not bad at all. Not bad. But Dalton Schultz, Gunnar Helm, and Terrence Ferguson. Tight end was weird in this one. I appreciate you passing on Gesicki. I was a little worried you would go 4 tight ends, but goes Ayamanor and Tolbert. Appreciate you passing and letting me get the guy. But I don't know if it was the right click for you to get a 4th tight end in the first place. I was willing to gamble that you would ignore the 4th option. But yeah, quarterback was a little bit weird in this one. So is tight end. I think you made out totally fine. And then love the Cam Ward stacks as well. Yeah, Gunnar Helm, Ayamanor, and Tajay. Good pass catcher stacked up with Ward. I'm a believer in Cam Ward. I think he's, of the tier of quarterbacks where he goes, I believe he's the most compelling, most interesting in this group. Like, I lump in Bryce Young, who in this lobby fell to 164, so kind of neglected in this one, but for a good reason. Bryce isn't that exciting if he's unstacked. I believe Cam Ward is going to be better than Mendoza this year. I think he has a chance to pop, maybe even better than Darnold. I think he's going to be much better than CJ Stroud. Daniel Jones scares me quite a bit. Not sure when he's going to be healthy. I think Cam Ward with Brian Dable and just like a real coaching staff this year is going to pop. And then I also think the addition of Jeremiah Love. That offense going to be much more touchdown heavy this season. That's really all they were missing last year. They moved the ball. They settled for so many field goals. And then they had no real coaching at any point in time that they could trust. So Dable coming in, doesn't have to be the head coach, can let Robert Saleh focus on the defense. They're going to have phenomenal game plans week in, week out. And if you are aware of Cam Ward's college stats, like, man, the man can sling it. Let's just spotlight Cam Ward real fast. That final year in college. Maybe I get rid of the dark reader on this website. I don't think it looks very good on this website. So sorry to blind you. It's actually really late. My apologies. I'll put that back on. Yeah, I forget about y'all on the East Coast after midnight. Don't want to be looking at a white screen. Apologies there. But okay, his senior year in Miami, 305 completions, 4,313 yards in 13 games. Cam Ward had over 4,300 passing yards out of Miami with 39 touchdowns that led the conference with only 7 interceptions in his career in college. Max interceptions thrown was 9. Cam Ward has tremendous upside. Did he run the ball at all? He had very minimal stats running the ball, pretty negligible, but did have 4 rushing touchdowns, and then his prior 2 years had 5 at Washington State, followed by 8 rushing touchdowns the year after that. So he can move it. He's not known for being mobile. That definitely wasn't the case last year, but there are sneaky chances that on the goal line he does contribute a little bit more than we expect. So don't completely count him out. Cam Ward's season was brutal, but it's a rookie season. They're never great. He threw for only 3,169 yards, only 15 touchdowns, 7 interceptions for a rookie. Not bad. But Wan'Dale's going to help. Brian Dable's going to help. Ridley will be healthy, so that's something. And then I'm also not going to be shocked if they draft Jeremiah Love round 1, and then in round 2 they're drafting a receiver like Omar Cooper Jr. Like, I also think that's possible. It's on the board to happen, but they also might just take some of the value on the defense. There's some really good defensive players as well. A lot of depth at defensive line, defensive tackle, so I've heard, in this draft, compared to especially like running back. Receiver, though, in round 2 should be phenomenal. A lot of really good receivers in round 2. So I think just a bunch of weapons coming to help him, and then the Brian Dable signing is just super, super clutch. I believe in Cam Ward. So I like that click a lot. And yeah, I think the team can absolutely work. Good luck with the rookie signings. As long as you do get Carnell Tate in Cleveland and like Lemon in Miami, or at least one of these guys stacked up with Malik Willis, this team's pretty interesting. The quarterback room's good, stacked up well. Running back room is awesome. And then tight end, even though you waited, it's legit, totally fine. Spike week potential with Ferguson and even Helm. And then Schultz is going to be the good floor acquisition week in, week out. 6 or 7 points. So nice team, man. Not bad. And we did hit the like goal. You'll right up to 33. I really appreciate that. And I'll just remind you of my team, and then we will hop into one more big board for the evening. But my team, out of the 8 slot, we have Lamar Jackson, 6 picks past ADP. That was dope as fuck. We got Justin Herbert, heavily stacked up. And then we got a great value on Tyler Shuck. Didn't plan to take him, but 10 picks past ADP. A big tier break at the position behind him. Wanted to scoop up the value. We have an awesome quarterback room on this team. Running back room, I think, is very solid. A little bit risky, but I think worth it with good floor pieces behind the top players. We have Hampton, big bet on him. I trust it. Scattaboo at a nice value, 11 spots past ADP. Paired up with Tyrone Tracy, as long as Jeremiah Love's not there, we're in good shape. Dobbins in Denver, going to cover me for Scattaboo's injury early in the season. And then James Conner should be valuable at pick 161. And then my boy Tank Bigsby, you know, always happy to take him. Round 16. Receiver loaded up top with Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Ladidi McConkey for the stack. And Wanda Robinson, pull in case of emergency. Really good value in round 8 or 9. And then Juwan Jennings past ADP. That one felt pretty solid. Trey Harris for the stack. Pat Bryant well past pick 200. Dope falling value. And then Ryan Flournoy, pretty solid. I probably should have drafted a rookie. That's the only thing I kind of regret, not taking a swing on a rookie. But I remember I missed out on Jeremy Bernard by 1 click, and then we kind of panic selected Bryant and then got a good value on Flournoy. But tight end, we took Laporta, Kate Otten, and Gesicki. No one is stacked, but it feels valuable and good enough. I don't need that stack in order to advance with this team. I like the team, very balanced, pretty legit. And I just need my running back room to hit. As long as my running back room works out as expected, this team I think is actually really competitive. So that's the roster. I am happy with it. Hopefully we do advance. I feel like I should have a good shot to advance, barring injuries. But we'll be hopping into a big board. I hope you are ready. We are hopping in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let us join it. No! Oh, fucking bullshit. Of course it happens. You bitch. I've got it on the phone. I'm pressing it now. 2 more to start. We have 2 more in this lobby. It should have been the same lobby. There we go. We're in okay shape. 2 more to go. It is full. Here we go. We get pick 2 in this one. Dope. We get a really nice pick. We're getting at least Bijan, if not Gibbs. That feels nice. I've been a little bit behind on the top 4 picks overall in my exposure, and I'm really happy that we get a top 4 pick. Really happy with that. We see Des got slabs in here again, the team that went with double tight ends with McBride and Bowers. And then we also have Young Moolah in here. Welcome aboard. Young Moolah is going to get interesting. I'm sure he will. Be mindful of the receiver market early on in a lobby with Young Moolah. But Fantasy Dog in here. Yo, what's up, Fantasy Dog? Pleasure to see ya. Let's go in at the 8 slot. Good luck. And then I've also seen Peyton the Legend Manning in here. Is that actually Peyton Manning? I hope it is, and I hope Peyton Manning is actually just that cringy, where he's putting the legend in his name. I would really like that to be legitimately Peyton Manning, because that's kind of cringy. But is the audio on? Yeah, the music's on. We're in good shape. Let's move that up a little bit, and then take a little smoke break now that we are on to draft 2. And then speaking of substances, maybe it's time I'm not gonna tell you I'm gonna chug this beer. I think I'll probably let you down. I'm gonna try, but I'll take as big of a gulp as I can. Let's go. The first, probably not the last, but the first beer drank on the channel. Cheers. Okay. Call that the zero rookie team. Yeah. Definitely zero rookie. But I'm not going to lie. I'm getting hot as balls in this jersey. I think we're going to take off the Herbert jersey. That way I don't get another like heavy jersey, heavy Herbert stack on this one as well. Fuck. Yeah, hot as fuck. If anyone lives in Southern California, it has been terrible weather to start off March. Holy shit, this last week was hot as fuck. In the 90s. In the 90s. I played golf on Friday. I got a little sunburnt, not gonna lie. Okay. I missed some of the chat. Fuck. Ever played a game called Blood Bowl? No, I've not. If you throw a touchdown pass over the other game, it counts double. That's an interesting rule. This is way too chaotic, Uhames. I like how deeply you've thought this out, though. Definitely commendable to have thought it out this far in depth, but absolutely. A random interception from the opposite game. That'd be crazy. Yeah. That'd be wild. That'd be interesting. The Jets would have still had the same points as they did last year. This rule would not have helped the Jets last season. The Jets would really need this rule to like really come in clutch, and it would have done nothing for them last year. Oh, no worries, Marcus. Anytime. Appreciate you letting us know you're in here. We do have... Did I miss anyone? I've seen Silver Rapture before, but not sure if they're watching. Walker goes 21. That's a solid price on Walker. Would have liked to get him there at pick 23, but not the end of the world. Bowers goes. I was not dying to take Bowers, not gonna lie, but I'll take Pickens. I'm fine with Pickens. I think Pickens can crush. Not convinced that Pickens is worse than Lamb, in all honesty. Might be better than Lamb, but Watson went around late. Yeah, that was a really nice price on Christian Watson. passing and laterals only, no punk ass punters. Oh shit, I'm on the clock. Oh yeah, I'll just take. Nah, I'll get in at running back. Let's be strong at running back. Let's go ATN. Boom shakalaka. It is a fun name. Not gonna lie, super fun name. Usually don't draft 4 tight ends. Yeah, I didn't think you would, but just because you waited so long and you already had that 3 straight picks at the position, I was like, there's a chance it's the only team that might snipe me. But everyone at that turn, picks 9 through 12, all had 3 tight ends, so I was willing to gamble. I felt like it was a lot less likely that Flournoy circled back than Gesicki, and I was right. So structurally makes sense. But Josh says I got Loveland, Harold Fannin, and Tucker Kraft. Ooh, that's tough to beat. My eyes, my eyes. Y'all remember that scene from SpongeBob the movie? Bald, with Neptune, King Neptune, Neptune's crown. Yeah, now it's okay. So I'm behind on the chat. Thank you for the time stamp. We're 12 minutes behind on the chat. Holy shit. What about their line? I don't know. What of it? Maybe Tony Pollard gets traded to the Jets. Maybe gets cut or something. Ward sacked 55 times last year. That should go down. Maybe they draft an offensive lineman. Probably should. Yeah, they probably should. But who cares? We're still gonna give them Jeremiah Love. Better not fuck with our Giants running back stack on the last team. But Marcus 6 spot again. Yeah, the 6 spot is tough. But you got a nice little fall on Olave there. Not a bad start. Jefferson, Love, and Olave. Not bad at all. Check out Isaiah Williams' last 4 or 5 games last year. In my opinion, he's a sneaky good last round pick. Also returns punts for touchdowns. Long time speed. Your opinion, please. Isaiah Williams. Was he on the Rams? No, he's on the Jets. I might have been thinking of like Xavier Smith or someone. On the Jets, I'm probably not excited. 2024, he played 8 games for Detroit and Cincy. Last year, he played 15 for the Jets. Boy, I hope I'm not wasting my time here. Stats don't look good, but okay. Not terrible. Average stat line, 5.8 targets, 4.8 catches, 33 yards, no touchdowns. 2 mules. You're trying to hype me up on a player that's averaging 6 points per game for 4 weeks at the end of the season. And he plays on the Jets. Bud, I think you might have a problem. Garrett Wilson was hurt, bro. They're probably drafting a receiver, too. That feels like a pretty clear spot to draft. Like, if Jordan Tyson's on the board for them with their second first-round pick, wouldn't be shocked at all if they took Jordan Tyson. Round 2, they're probably drafting someone for receiver depth. They also got A.D. Mitchell, who I'm not a fan of at all, but at least John Mechie left. I'll give you that. Is it possible? Yeah, but am I going to do it? Fuck no, man. I'm not taking a wide receiver 4 for the Jets. Not my cup of tea. But, yeah, there was a game with 53 yards on 6 catches. But after that, he maxed out at 30 yards, 25 yards, 24. One game with over 30 yards is not gonna get me interested. Damn, Lad McConkey goes 45. That's like the lowest I've seen Lad fall. I guess I'll just take Luther Burden after ADP. Don't have much Luther Burden. Pick 47. Yeah, I'll do that. I don't take much of him. I'll do that. That's fine. JMO goes. Could have taken JMO, but I'm more underweight on Burden than JMO. And feels fine. But do I box myself in to the Roma Dunze selection? If I don't get Caleb to circle back, it's not going to feel great. But then there's Terry. I've seen Daniels fall. I'm a little thin on Terry. I'll take Terry. I'll go Terry. Safer. I'm probably guaranteed not to get the Caleb Williams stack on this one, but I have enough Caleb Williams. I don't need to do it. I'll just take a separate stacking option. It's very unlikely I get Jaden Daniels, but I did have a team earlier with Jaden Daniels. Oh, let me pull that up actually very quickly. I will pull that up in a separate window because I wanted to talk about it. I wanted to briefly mention it. I was in the lobby for the Fancy Dog Pounds live stream earlier tonight. His first of the evening. Is it this team? No, it's this one. Here it is incoming. I pulled the 103. I got Jaden Daniels stacked up with Terry McLaurin. I took Terry at pick 51, Daniels at pick 70. Is it going to happen in this lobby? Probably not, but it did happen. Pick 70. Also took Tyler Shuck, Henry, Etienne, Chuba Hubbard, Rico Dowdle, so strong running back room with Brian Robinson, Jerome Ford, some late round swings, Jamar Chase, Waddle, Terry, Wandale, and then Golden, McMillan, Omar Cooper Jr., Jeremy Bernard, and then Hunter Henry, Chugo Okonkwo, Njoku, and Gesicki. I went a little heavy on tight end, thin at quarterback. Kind of regret it a little bit, but in round 20, fuck it. It is negligible. But that was a fun team. Out of the 103, got Terry at 51, and then Jaden Daniels at pick 70. Really unlikely for it to happen, especially given this is streamed, and for the integrity of the draft, I just doubt he'll fall 9 picks in this one. Daniels has an ADP of 63, so I'm not going to bet on it, but I've seen it happen, and I don't want to get locked in to a Caleb Williams stack that just isn't going to happen. Watch the team with Loveland and Swift just snipe both me and Jodis at the 104, who has Rome. They'll take Caleb at pick 66. But I'm smoking Oreos, Indica, THC. Ooh, that sounds nice. It's 57. Where are you, Josh? 100 in Burbank. Yeah, I'm not far from Burbank. I'm about 8-10 miles from Burbank, basically. Not fun. Not fun. Ooh, Riverside's got to be worse. Damn, Tron. You know what's crazy? Probably no one in the chat other than Tron knows Riverside on the map, unless you live in Southern California like I do. But Riverside actually has enough of a population where it could absolutely sustain an NFL team. Riverside is actually one of the biggest populations that doesn't have an NFL team left on the map. Riverside is an underrated addition for an NFL expansion team. Let me Google the population of Riverside. Riverside has 320,000 people living in it. That is not bad. Tron agrees. 100%. Titans will take a lineman in round 2. Most likely. Unless they take one in the first round. I mean, here's the thing, Dean. We need box score stats. The box score is how this game is scored. It's like Rashid Shaheed. Like, if you got all the points for all of the return yards, I'm on the clock, so I should maybe focus a little bit. Do I just take Dak here and yeah, I'll just do that. Let's pair up George Pickens. Let's take the stack. Get ahead of T fucking Roy at the 101. That's got to be what his name is. Goes Drake May. Alec Pierce is okay. But in all honesty, I'm kind of fine also pulling up Addison as well. That's what I'm going to do. Let's do it. Let's do it. We have Gibbs and ETN. We can pass on running back. I'm willing to take Chuba Hubbard there, but he went pick 70. So don't get him. And we have a very long turn to wait. 20 picks overall before our next selection. Addison is not going to be there at 95. So another stacking option in Kyler at pick 98. We could also just go double receiver around the next turn. But yeah, I got 4 receivers, 2 running backs, 1 quarterback. We have Dak Prescott paired with George Pickens. And don't want to get too far behind at that position. But what rounds do you think Mike Washington goes? Probably in the NFL draft, early round 3. If I had to guess, like around pick 60, 68, 70, 75 at the latest is my guess. Like very early round 3, I think, for Mike Washington. Day 2, I'm not going to make it to pick 100, but that would be my guess. Round 3 for Mike Washington. In terms of where his ADP is going to settle, what round? Right now, Mike Washington is going at like 137, 135, if I recall. Maybe in the 130s. Depending on the landing spot, he might trickle back down to like 160. He might go up to like 115. Maybe in the 110s. But NFL draft round 3, top 75 is my guess. Hampton or Genty? I'm Hampton, but not by a mile. In the same tier. But I do have Hampton above Genty. Very close. Very, very close. But I got a Jamar Chase, Malik Neighbors, Nico Collins starting a little board. That's pretty fire. Chase, Neighbors. I saw Neighbors in Huhame's draft go in round 3. I think I saw Huhame's with a Jamar Chase, Drake London, Malik Neighbors start earlier today. Maybe it was Puka instead of Jamar, but it was crazy. Depends on if you can trust Hampton with past injury insurance. I mean, anyone can get hurt, bro. Anyone can get hurt. Can it happen? Can it derail him again? Absolutely. Maybe I will be wrong. Maybe it's just not going to happen. Maybe it's not in the cards. Excuse me. But if everything goes to plan, the Chargers drafted a day 1 running back, Omarion Hampton, with the plan to make him the guy. Unquestioned, that was the plan. We'll see. Used to rave there out in Riverside. I could see that as an interesting place for a rave. Yeah. Kyle Monungai could be just as good as Hampton if Swift can get traded. That's not going to happen, bud. That's not going to happen. And I also just disagree with this statement. Kyle Monungai, not as talented as Omarion Hampton, but if he had the Ben Johnson backfield all to himself, yes, he would be valuable. How confident are we that Baishal Tootin is RB1 coming out of training camp? Fairly confident. I'm not going to tell you that the RB2 is far behind him, though. But is he the RB1? I think so. I think so. Overwhelmingly, probably not. It was Jamar. Could take Pitts falling here. Not dying to do it. I think I will just go Wandale. Super safe. Team behind me only has 3 wide receivers. Goes Quentin Johnston. At the moment, I think Wandale's a much better click than Quentin Johnston. And to have Addison and Wandale feels great. He goes J.K. Dobbins. Interesting. Okay, so I might regret this. But I think if there was one name you asked me who would be the Seahawks RB1, I think it's going to be Jadarian Price. Give me Jadarian Price. Jadarian Price, I think, will be drafted in round 2. And he might be good enough where these Seahawks either just trade back. Pick 32 is a valuable pick to trade back with. You get that 5th-year option at whatever position. And maybe they just take the first pick of the 3rd round. Maybe they trade with the Raiders just to move 1 pick back and take Jadarian Price, pick 33 overall. Maybe they just take him pick 32. Maybe they do that as well. But they did not resign Kenneth Walker. Charbonnet is hurt, not coming back for a while. The writing is on the wall. Emmanuel Wilson is interesting, but not their ultimate guy. Jadarian Price, let's hope you are a Seattle Seahawk. So I'll do that. Feels like a fair price. Might really regret passing on quarterback, though. Might regret passing on tight end as well. I still haven't drafted one. But with Burden as my wide receiver 2, I feel a little bit shaky. Not going to lie. Addison is my number 7. Is good. He's great. Spike week type of guy. But to tell me I'm getting the floor of Wandale as my wide receiver 5, I can ignore that position for a while. Just get the best values at other positions in these next like 3 or 4 rounds. And I like this section of the draft to load up on other positions. There are some receivers I like in this next turn at 119, 122. I'm hoping they're off the board. But at the moment, there's a little run on quarterback, not making me feel great about passing. But I think I can still tough it out. I think I'll be okay. But interesting lobby here. There's the team with 3 quarterbacks. That's Fancy Dog, who has Burrow, Dart, and now Baker. Otherwise, there's a lot of teams with only 1. I'm one of them with Dak Prescott. There's the team with only Drake May, with only Lawrence, with only Caleb. And then right in the middle here is where all of the heavy quarterback teams are. Everyone has at least 2 picks, 5 through 8. And then there's a team with only Hurts, only Lamar, only Allen. And then team 12, Hummingbook, is going quarterback less at this point in time. He's a 0-3-5-0 with Cook, Achane, Breece Hall, Zay Flowers, Carnell Tate, Brian Thomas, DK Metcalf, and Cortland Sutton. Pretty good price on Tate. Goes Goff, 108. Is he taking a second? Goff unstacked, I guess. Not bad. That team goes Laporta with Fannin. Goes Goff and Stafford. Okay. Both unstacked. Interesting. But I get it. I get it. You wait that long, the position is going to dry up. Just want to get in before you're dead in the water. But team with Jefferson has Herbert and Love, but it'd be very shocking if they pass. Angus says on Tootin, they did draft him, and LaQuint Allen will never be more than a 3rd down back, in my opinion. And Chris Rodriguez should be easy to beat out if Tootin is any good at his job. In theory, he is, but they did pay Rodriguez quite a bit, and Rodriguez is really good on the goal line. That's what I'm worried about Baichel Tootin. Like, that's the worst case scenario, that all the goal line touches for Tootin dry up. But last year, Tootin was used enough on the goal line where he was pretty consistent. I don't think that role is going to disappear for him. And so that's where I still think he's probably the main guy. But I see it as a clear 2-man backfield, maybe even a 3-man backfield. I still haven't given up on LaQuint Allen's value, because neither Tootin nor Rodriguez have caught a lot of passes historically. Tootin was okay at doing that. Rodriguez, at least in the pros, not very much. But that's where LaQuint Allen specializes. I could see him still factor in. If LaQuint is a thing in Jacksonville, then Tootin is not going to be a very good pick. But yeah, very bonkers the start that Who Hames got. Jamar London Neighbors, pretty phenomenal. Okay, coming up on the clock, interesting decisions here. Jodis goes Kincaid, so don't think that's where I would have gone, but tight end is valuable. Wow, we get Tyler Shuck. Thank y'all. Maybe I wish I had Olave instead of ETN, but in all honesty, nope, not at all. Just give me the points with Tyler Shuck, and I will be moving on. Thank you very much. I don't think Team 1 is going to pass twice on Tyler fucking Shuck. T fucking Roy goes Jawan Jennings, 120. And Jake Ferguson. A bitter snipe, I guess. Not the click I would have made. That's a little interesting. Jawan Jennings there. Not my favorite click there. Rashad White, 122. Let's get in at running back before it completely dries off. Chris Rodriguez, 123. Interesting. If this is the new price on Rodriguez, I don't think I'm taking much of it. Like I said, I think he can be involved, but I don't think he's going to catch passes. And it's so critical that he gets the goal line roll, which I don't think is egregious to bet on, but Tootin was involved enough last year where I'm just not fully convinced either guy gets more than like 50% of the goal line touches. I think it'll be a bit more of a committee than we would like, to the point where they're all frustrating. None of them are like that safe. All frustrating, but yeah, check that out on Who Hames channel if y'all are interested. The little board, the third draft of his stream. I was in the second one. I was drafting at the 103 in the second one. We showed you that team at the top of this live stream. So go ahead and check out Who Hames channel. He was drafting with Jiri Football. Jiri's been on the channel. We got to have Jiri back on soon. That's for sure. But yeah, check out both their channels. We also had Candyman. Check out Fantasy Football Garage last Thursday. Also check out Young Moolah. He's also in this draft with me. He's drafting at the 107. Check out GAB for Life with a Y. Where can I find... Let me find him in the chat. Where's Young Moolah? Here we go. This is the username. Capital GAB number 4 Life with a Y. LYFE. Check out Young Moolah. Give him some love. Get him over 100 subscribers. He deserves it. And he needs to be on his way. Friends of the channel, check them out. They live stream all the time. And there's been some really phenomenal content pumping out from the community. Especially in March, even since February, but March has been kicking up another notch, and I'm sure April will just continue to raise the bar across the board. A rising tide lifts all boats, and I believe that is absolutely taking place in the fantasy community in 2026. Koala says London's going closer to the 1-2 turn in a lot of my drafts. Interesting. I've seen London fall quite a bit past pick 20. In this lobby, London goes pick 15. Neighbors also went pick 10. That's interesting. Crazy. In the big board, you got to take Neighbors round 1, London round 2 to get that combo. In Who Hames draft, in the little board, you can also get Jamar Chase with Neighbors in London. That's fucking wild. That is crazy. But that team landed pretty well. Got to check out how that all came together. I did pivot over. I was listening to both at the same time, but I wasn't watching both at the same time. I was like pivoting between the two, and I was also drafting, so it was like appreciated all the takes. I was locked in for the draft I was in. Locked in. That one was dope. Thoughts on Alec Pierce? Seems a little undervalued to me personally. I mean, the contract he got indicates he is going to smash, but like he's okay in the 7th round. I feel like all of the 7th round receivers are like kind of wrong. And then one that I've been trying to get more of, and I'm perfectly fine pulling up, is Addison. But interesting price on JCM here. I think I'm willing to let him fall even further. I still don't have my tight end yet. I'm going to grab Dallas Goedert, the Eagles tight end 1. Happy I was clicking him quite often. And we get some divisional correlation. Maybe we get an Eagles-Cowboys game where Dallas goes up against Dallas Goedert. And we get a Cowboys-Eagles shootout. That'd be fun. Those games are always high scoring. So that's interesting. We could also take Cam Ward here. That feels good. Past ADP, Denzel Boston really late. Omar Cooper Jr. already taken in this one. I know that quarterback was weird. I will take Cam Ward. Yeah, I trust this quarterback room a lot more than if I had to piece together any other guy going after Cam Ward. We talked about it when we reviewed what was it, Boom Shakalaka's team? I believe it was Boom Shakalaka. Maybe it was someone else. I think it was Dog Vision. He took Cam Ward 134. I like that click a lot. And we get him 146 past ADP as our QB3. Some interesting back stacks, but we also have Wandale on this team, so already stacked up. I don't have to force anything I don't like. Phenomenal click. Honestly, I forgot I had Wandale in the moment. I was just like, Ward's a good click regardless. But to have Wandale as well, fuck yeah. So this team I think is really coming together nicely. Let's remind you what it looks like. Out of the 102, we have Dak Prescott stacked up with Pickens. We have Tyler Shuck unstacked currently, but that might change. Cam Ward stacked up with Wandale. And then I've got Jahmyr Gibbs, always elite. Travis Etienne is the RB2. Oh, Etienne is stacked up with Shuck. Fuck yes. I've got double New Orleans. That's awesome, because although Etienne has been drafted a lot and, you know, at a cheaper price a lot is what I should say, not as many people knew that he would be playing for the Saints. He does catch passes quite often. Etienne stacked up with Shuck is a little bit less common of a pairing. I got Jadarian Price. Let's hope he's with Seattle, but even if he's not, I think he's a valuable piece to have. And then Rachaad White, and one of the last starters you can get in Washington. I believe he will be the guy on the field most in the Commanders offense. So pretty solid at running back. Feel really good with Rachaad as my RB4. Price is the number 3. Top 2 feel like top 10. And then receiver, fairly loaded, good depth with Pickens, Burden, McLaurin, Addison, and Wandale. And then we did get a decent little fall on Dallas Goedert, pick 143, who I think is a absolutely legit tight end 1. If you tell me AJ Brown gets traded, Goddard will be rising significantly. He should be. He really should. But Pearsall or Wandale this year, just because of all the uncertainty of Pearsall, I'm willing to bet on the guaranteed floor of Wandale. I would hit the over on Wandale's projection. I'd probably hit the under on Pearsall, just expecting Pearsall to get hurt and miss some time. I trust Wandale a little bit more than Pearsall, but similar tier, probably higher upside with Ricky P. But Wandale, I think, is a safer, just money in the bank type of guy. Alec Pierce value is nice. It's nice. I wouldn't say it's amazing. It's nice. It's okay. I'm not averse to it, but I'm not in love with it either. Emmanuel Wilson, running back on the Seahawks now. Indeed he is. Two Mules says, before you write off Isaiah, I suggest you watch some tape / video and trust what your eyes see. I don't think Jets draft a receiver in first 2 rounds. They have many needs, 2 touchdowns on punt returns, number 3 on depth chart. I hope you found the diamond in the rough, Two Mules, but because he's on the Jets, I'm willing to dismiss him a little bit, but we will see. Indeed, I've been wrong before as well. I have also been wrong plenty of times, but beautiful. That's phenomenal. We get Juwan to circle back. Maybe I should just take Hunter Henry because the guy behind me has Drake May, but then I'd miss out on Juwan Johnson well past ADP. We're only getting a slight dip on Hunter Henry, but this team has Tyler Warren, Jake Ferguson. Might they pass? If he does, I'm going to actually feel really good about my tight end room, honestly. T-fucking Roy passes. Hell yeah. Hunter Henry is valuable as fuck right now, especially given they let go of Austin Hooper, and he's been a thorn in his side for quite some time. At the moment, they do not have a second tight end. And even if they draft a rookie, unless it's like Kenyon Sadiq, who I doubt is going to be there for them, I just don't see anyone really competing with Hunter Henry year 1. I feel like Hunter Henry is a fucking smash right now. So for the team with Drake May to pass twice, I think is a bit of a mistake. They take Kayshon Boutte instead. That's fine, but Tyjae Spears, whatevs. I wasn't going to take him. Yeah, now my tight end room is feeling great. To wait until round 12 and still get Dallas Goedert, Juwan Johnson, and Hunter Henry, that feels awesome. Juwan stacked up with Tyler Shuck. That's the stack I wanted. Also the ETN stack. So this Tyler Shuck click is phenomenal. Love that value. Holy shit. Lucked into that. And then Hunter Henry at a nice price. Juwan at a very good price. Very palatable click, if you ask me. Nice correlation. 13 picks past ADP on Juwan. 5 on Goddard. And then 10 on Hunter Henry. That feels great. Our receiver room still needs some pieces. Our running back room as well. But we're done at quarterback. We're done at tight end. Just going to get the names I like most remaining. And I'm fine with that. Get your guys. Young Moolah goes Tank Bigsby in round 15. Fair click. Didn't really expect him to circle back at 191. That's okay. For the sake of the build, I think I needed Hunter Henry a little bit more than Tank Bigsby. It would have been fine to get a running back there, but now I feel great about my tight end room. If Jones is ready to go, then Pierce seems like a smash given his yards per route run probably, and how efficient he was with such few targets and bad quarterback play down the stretch. Josh says Bills must draft defense in drafting because Buffalo let running backs run all over them, in my opinion. Yeah, that's definitely a point of weakness. The Bills cannot stop the run at all. They can stop the pass really well, but they get torched on the ground. C-Rod got $6 million guaranteed. That's not nothing. Yeah, absolutely good point, Tron. Can't dismiss that signing. Kind of a shocker when you really think about it, but I like taking Tootin and C-Rod together sometimes. That's not the worst plan. Not the worst plan. Daniel Jones' health is key. I like the Colts pass catchers. That's the thing, man. I worry about his health. I really don't trust him. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I trust Daniel Jones on this channel. I do not. But Deal Me In says Allen is a solid RB2. Allen. Like Katron Allen? Who am I? The rookie Katron Allen? Is that who you're talking about? Jacksonville feels like Seattle backfield 2.0 incoming. Could be. Definitely could be. Yeah, that's not a bad take at all. C-Rod, the new Charbonnet. Yeah, but even then, it's not like Walker wasn't like not being drafted where Tootin was going. You know, like I still believe in the ability of someone like Bishal Tootin to drop like a 25-pointer when you need it most. You know, like he could still be the guy you need just because he's in Jacksonville and that offense is so good. Is he as talented as Walker? Probably not. But he is fast. He can definitely break a house call here and there. I wouldn't count him out. I wouldn't count him out at ADP, but it's probably more of a committee than we would like. If I was Buffalo, I'd take a chance of signing Keenan Allen to play with DJ Moore. I mean, if Keenan's willing to do it, they played together in Chicago, but Keenan I don't think really wants to go to Buffalo. He's a San Diego, LA type of guy. I kind of feel like Keenan just wants to stay in a good climate, and he could just retire as well. That's on the board. But I'll go Christian Kirk first. I think I'd rather have Christian Kirk than Malik Washington as at this point in time. But I like both of them this late. They're both pretty good. But running back is also a position of need and might get pretty gross pretty fast. But it's round 17. I got 3 more picks left. Yeah, I got plenty Brian Robinson here already. Let's go Malik Washington. Let's do it. Yeah, receiver room is coming together. Receiver room is pretty solid. And then the running back room has Gibbs and ETN. As long as they stay healthy, I'm chilling. I'm okay. But, yeah. Not a bad team. Not a bad team at all. Feels very balanced. Feels pretty strong everywhere. Even though we waited on tight end, got really good values. And then the quarterback room coming together, well stacked with Cam Ward and Tyler Shuck, and then we have the Pickens-Dak Prescott combo. That's always great. That's always good. But Running back with Gibbs and ETN really covers a lot of bases. Not going to panic at all with the swing on Jadarian Price and Rashad White. I feel like I had a good upside and floor combination there at RBs 3 and 4. Obviously, I'm tipping my hand. I'm going to get a little desperate moving forward, but all the teams before me are like pretty much set at running back. Like the team right in front of me has 6 already, but I guess they waited for Judkins, so they might get a little bit desperate. I'm not too upset with our running back room. I think it's totally viable. Could be DJ Moore, Shakir, and Keenan Allen. It could be. It could. But probably not. Koala says, I think Ayuk and Diggs are the best of the free agent receivers. Once they sign, they're going to go up a lot. Ayuk is either one of the best picks on the board or still a 0. You know, Ayuk is still live to just burn you for nothing. But could be one of the best clicks on the board for sure. Diggs, pretty legit as well. I think that's a fairly good call. But in general, Omar Cooper Jr. goes behind them. Not in this draft. Cooper went to Dez got slabs at the 106. He went to Marcus. But yeah, that's a weird tier of players. Like the Ayuk, Travis Hunter, Tyreek Hill, Calvin Ridley section. Like, if you make those 4 clicks, rounds 13, 14, 15, and 16, which you could have possibly done in this lobby, had the Ridley drafter let him fall. But, like, imagine if Fantasy Dog went Ayuk, Travis Hunter instead of Jerry Jeudy, Calvin Ridley, and Tyreek Hill. Like, that is one of the riskiest group of 4 you can find. He does have 2 of them. But Tron says Kenneth Gainwell is quite the upgrade over Rashad White. Bucky Irving, ADP gonna keep falling, probably. Josh says I learned my lesson last year. I can't draft Bucky Irving ever again. Bummer. What was your percentage on Bucky Irving last year? How committed were you? Pats are not done adding receivers. Definitely not. I think they're still very live to trade for AJ Brown. Very, very live. Especially given they won't be trading this year's draft pick, but next year's. Yeah, Patriots going to trade for AJ Brown after June 1st. That is still my prediction. It's been my prediction since early February on this channel. I've said it many times. I believe AJ Brown and Drake May is the stack you want. But no worries, man. Appreciate you. And got the fire emoji with the joint. After these 2 clicks, we'll take one last smoke break before we go. But Brazzle off the board. What is DJR gonna do? If they snipe me on K-Tron, I'm gonna be fine with that. I can leave K-Tron alone. That's chill. We're good with that. Let's just bring him in. Jeremy Bernard, need a receiver on this team. Should be going like round 16, 17. Take him at the 18, 19 turn. Very, very choice. And if you're gonna let him circle back, let's go for it. I'll mix in K-Tron. That's fine. Another rookie. We didn't have a single rookie in the last one, so trying to get some late round rookies that can pop. Got a good falling price on K-Tron Allen. Can absolutely contribute. Maybe does nothing, but pretty much every running back at this juncture is alive to just be a 0. So it is what it is. At least we get a nice little upside. If we're wrong on Jadarian Price in Seattle, that means another rookie will be drafted there. Maybe it's K-Tron Allen. Maybe, just maybe. Dean says, I've done 50 drafts and never have I seen Neighbors or London go past 23. I've seen Who Hames do it earlier today. I've seen it once before where Neighbors was in the 3rd, but he was like pick 20, 26. It went to the team at like the 102. They got like Gibbs, Bowers, Neighbors, which you can do in a different order. It wasn't like exclusive, but it was still very impressive. But what Huhaim's got today in a little board is diabolical. Diabolical. I'm going to take a smoke break. Entering the final round. Me neither, man. That's gonna be fun. We're gonna have to do 4 drafts on 420. Absolutely, we'll have to do 4 drafts on 420. Fancy Dog says, do you do FFGAB? I only saw hockey. No, he definitely does fantasy football. Not sure what you saw there, Fancy Dog. But yeah, check out Young Moolah, aka GAB for life with a Y, as well as Jiri Huhaim's Fantasy Football Garage will be live with Off the Schneid tomorrow. Check out Off the Schneid. Subscribe to him in advance of our collab. I'll be posting the link on Twitter as well as here. I'll do a post about it, so you'll be able to find it, a reminder. I believe we're going live at 7:15 p.m. Pacific time on his channel tomorrow, on Monday. But fuck, I'm so behind on the Jets. Jets probably move back with some of their picks, though they have 4 in the top 44. They gotta just use them. Why keep moving back? Just fucking use them. You traded to have those early picks for a reason. You gotta fucking use them. Don't you think it's risky drafting Jaden Daniels now? No. What's the news on Daniels? What did I miss on Daniels? Oh shit. Is there? Are you fucking with me? At least on Underdog, there's no news. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Not sure, but don't look in my receiver room. Oh, I'll check it out, my friend. You know I'm gonna check it out. My team is shit, says Silver Rapture. I knew you were in here, bud. Let me know at the top next time, man. I knew you were in here. Has there been any explanation as to why Sam Darnold goes so late? Clear top 10 scoring quarterback. I don't know about clear top 10, but I do believe he's one of the valuable guys where he goes, that represents like a gross tier behind him that you want to get ahead of. We could go Najee, we could go Justice Hill, we could pull in Jerome Ford. I've been trying to bring in. Not many people have Jerome Ford, so that's interesting. We also talked ourselves into Kareem Hunt the other day. Fuck it. Let's go Kareem Hunt. Nobody's really drafting Kareem Hunt. And on a team with Gibbs, fine. I'm willing to gamble a little bit extra with that situation. But there's a chance that Kareem Hunt backs up Bijan. He's connected to Kevin Stefanski. It's possible. It's possible. Very unlikely, but he's only like 31 years old. Or he's like exactly 30. I looked this up when I was talking with the Fantasy Football Garage, I believe. I believe that's what happened. Kareem Hunt will be 31 on August 6th. He's currently 30 years old and 228 days. He was born in 1995, August 6th. He is a Leo. Shout out August birthdays. But last 3 seasons had 8 rushing touchdowns, 7 rushing touchdowns, and 9 rushing touchdowns with Cleveland. Still has some juice in the tank. Good in short yardage, and last year Bijan's backup Algier had 8 touchdowns. So this is the only real like destination I'd be excited with, and it probably doesn't happen. But I'm willing to mix in Kareem Hunt pick 239. Why not? Why the fuck not? I'm not telling you to have 8% Kareem Hunt. If anything, this is my first share ever of Kareem Hunt. But it's late in this tournament. It's a click I haven't made before. Let's go Kareem Hunt. Let's do it. So let me catch up on the chat. This is a perfect opportunity for me to catch up on the chat. But Braylon Allen, LeQuint Allen, Katron. Yeah, which Allen we talking about? Got to be LeQuint given the conversation of the Jags. Probably LeQuint. People are sleeping on Keishon Butte. I mean, it's always nice to sleep on a good Butte. Since Diggs is gone, yeah, but you know they're not done. I could see Booty involved in a trade. I could see him leave as well. Isaiah Williams ran a 4.6340 at the combine. I'm good. Tron says Dobbs filling the Diggs role. Yeah, most likely, but they could still use a better receiver than that. Josh says, who's wide receiver one? Keishon Boutte or Romeo Dobbs now on Patriots? At the moment, it's Romeo Dobbs. At the moment, it's Romeo Dobbs, but yes, agreed with Tron until they trade for A.J. Brown. For anyone sleeping on Rico Dowdle, 2,000-yard seasons, both times not being the starting running back when the season began. Yeah, I am 100% Team Rico over Jaylen Warren. I believe wholeheartedly in this hype on Rico Dowdle. I think he's one of the best clicks on the board in round 8 at the running back position. I think once you pass the David Montgomery, Scatterboo, RJ Harvey section, at the moment, the most is locked in for Chuba Hubbard. So I get drafting Chuba, but in all honesty, I kind of prefer just taking the gamble on Jonathan Brooks. Brooks went pick 138. I would have taken him there at 143. I could even argue he should be taken where I took Rachaad White in the 120s. But in the 130s, Jonathan Brooks 100% live. Anything past the 130s, scoop him up all day. And Jonathan Brooks at the moment is the most valuable Panthers running back in my opinion. They signed A.J. Dillon, so who the fuck cares? And Chuba Hubbard was already losing his job last year to Rico. So at the moment, it's Chuba Hubbard's job. He's a fine selection, but I'd rather just pass and take Jonathan Brooks a little later. Instead, my favorite click at running back after Chuba Hubbard goes in round 7, I prefer to pass on everyone. And then if you get Jaylen Warren in round 8, go for it. But in general, I'm taking Rico Dowdle above Jaylen Warren. I like Tyler Algier. I will take Ramondre there if he falls, but I'm really pro Travion. I'm kind of just fading Ramondre again this season. And then once you hit Kyle Monangai, I think it's gross. I'm most interested in Jadarian Price, Kenny Gainwell, and then Dobbins in the 10th, I think is better than Dobbins in the 9th. I'm much more in on Dobbins round 10. And maybe even like after Blake Corum. I think Corum and Monangai should really go like late round 9, early round 10. And there should be like a big run on running back after like all the quarterbacks go. Like round 9 and 10 is where you can get like kind of last call on your QB2 and feel great about it, or your QB1 and feel competitive. And then like round 10 where the running backs go. Once Rashad is off the board, top of round 11, like yikes, that shit's gross. You might as well just pull up Chris Rodriguez, pick 123. So yeah, love Rico Dowdle. Love that click. There's a world where he outscores Baishal Tootin. It's possible. I wouldn't put much money on that, but it's possible. He could outscore RJ Harvey pretty easily. I think he can outscore Scatterboo. I wouldn't expect him to outscore Swift. I think that's asking too much. But if you tell me that in Houston, David Montgomery struggles on the goal line and doesn't have many touchdowns like he has in the past, then I could also see even Rico Dowdle outscore David Montgomery. Because Rico is also returning to Mike McCarthy's offense, which is going to be much different than what we've seen in Pittsburgh in the past. I don't think Jaylen Warren really has anything locked in terms of actual touches. He's good enough never to come off the field too much. I think he's like at minimum a 40% type of snap guy. But while he's going to start the year at like 60%, I think he's going to quickly get to 50-50. And I think inevitably Rico Dowdle might even overtake him in the snap share. So I'm much more pro Rico Dowdle, going a little bit cheaper. I think it's fair to draft them close to each other, but I absolutely believe that Rico Dowdle is a great pick in the 8th round. I take him a lot in the 8th round now that I know he's a Pittsburgh Steeler. But I think Debo and Tyreek are dead meat. Tyreek probably. Debo I wouldn't rule out entirely. Debo I still think has something left in the tank. Just turned 30 though, and maybe you're right. But I'd give Debo one more season. Tyreek, very landing spot dependent, and odds are does nothing. Looks like Tron agrees. Who says I got a Bijan London team at the 101 a while back. That's nice. I don't think I have a single Bijan London team. I don't think I do. I think some lobbies just can't handle the Tua Penix stuff and just pass on him. I appreciate you, Young Moolah. Yeah, the proper spelling for anyone looking to know. But Silver Rapture says, man, y'all tore me up. Did you get stuck? Let's take a look at Silver Rapture's team in just a sec. Snipe City. It usually is, but no hockey, my man. That's someone else. Yeah, I didn't think Young Moolah spoke hockey. That would have been a little surprising. But Jets don't have another pick till like 140, but they got 4 in the top 2 rounds. Yeah, I expect them to draft a receiver. But went with 20 round 2693. No motherfucking rookies build. Nice. Nice. I did not do. You could click on the logo. Oh, okay. Let me scroll through this. Dobbs easily most valuable in New England, according to Marcus. I would agree. Koala. Okay, let's take a look at Fantasy Dog's receivers. A little interested in how this worked out for Fantasy Dog. Yeah, once you took Mayfield and you only had Godwin and Higgins, I was took a note of that. I was like, this might get ugly. But Fantasy Dog in the 108 goes Burrow, Jackson Dart, Baker. Probably the best quarterback room in the lobby. So at least there's that. Running backs, Christian McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, DeAndre Swift, Jordan Mason, Sean Tucker. Love that you stopped at 5. Feels super strong. Just need the health to stay in put. As long as you have McCaffrey and Henry, you might have the RB 1 and 2 on the week. And I think Swift is one of the best RB 3s that you can have on any team. So love the running back room. Mason's valuable. A little bit early, a little bit above ADP, but I think it's okay. And then Sean Tucker stopping there wise. But receivers, T. Higgins, Chris Godwin, Deebo Samuel is the third. Holy shit. Ayuk, Jerry Jeudy, Tyreek Hill, Ryan Flournoy, Cooper Kupp, and Keenan Allen. Good luck. Good fucking luck. Damn. That is risky, but Loveland, Isaiah Likely, and Colby Parkinson. I don't know if you needed Parkinson. Might have just taken another receiver in the final round there. Damn. That is gross, but who knows? Maybe Deebo winds up in like the Giants offense or something, and you have a nice little stack there. Who knows? Probably not going to happen. Yeah, that's rough, bro. That's pretty rough. Good luck. Yikes. But running back is great, so you only need 3 to contribute every week because tight end is pretty good. You're gonna have a solid flex contribution at tight end. Yeah, you only need 3 to pop every week, I think. I don't think there's many times where you're going to need a 4th wide receiver to work out. Definitely not built for 4 of them to pop. So good luck, man. But quarterback's elite, running back is good, tight end is great, receiver is gross. Not my favorite position to feel gross about, but if everything falls the right way, maybe you threaded the needle. Good luck. Risky team. Darnold was QB 13 last year. Lots of just bullish on the Hawks because of how good their overall offense is. And maybe we'll have to lean on the pass more with K9 gone. Very, very solid take. I believed in him a lot when he was vying with JJ McCarthy. 2 years ago, I was only drafting Darnold instead of JJ McCarthy. And that worked out round 20, round 19, round 18. That was awesome. Last year, he was also slept on a ton. I drafted him a lot. And what's my exposure on Darnold? I want to look it up. We'll get back to this. We'll take a look at some other teams real fast. But Darnold, I know I have a decent amount. I'm at 9.4%. Okay, so just above baseline. I'm not like completely in love with him, but in regards to like all of the different quarterbacks I could take, he's in my top 12, right on pace with Josh Allen, who I've been kind of pumping the brakes on a little bit. So I've taken him 9 times in 96 drafts. Yeah, that's pretty fair. Right at 9%. Most drafted is Aaron Rodgers. I've been trying to pump the brakes on that. Then it's Herbert, 1 percentage behind. Stafford I got a lot of at 14.6, so with Baker. Jackson Dart at 11.5, Caleb at 10, Goff at 10, Chuck at 10, Daniels at 10, and then Trevor Lawrence, Cam Ward, Darnold, and Purdy, along with Josh Allen, all at 9.4%. Okay. But I'm happy drafting my quarterback at the 7th pick. That's too early. 7th overall? Fuck that. Yeah, man. We're not going to go too much later. We'll review some teams and then move on. But Rico was also with McCarthy in Dallas for years, was signed soon after they brought him in. Yeah, I think that's such an underrated aspect that no one's really talking about. I've been mentioning it, why I've liked him a lot. It's like, well, I view Warren and Gainwell like identical based on last year. And then Dowdle, I think, can be better than Gainwell. And if you're telling me he also catches all the passes like Gainwell was, then holy shit, this could be insane. And Warren is just not good enough to ever like completely keep him at bay. Like Warren is really best served as the RB2. So I love Rico. I think he's an awesome pick. The Unk Room. Got sniped a lot. Sorry. Wanted Ridley. Losing K9 will hurt the offense. Sharps injured will hurt the offense. And losing Kubiak at OC is a big deal. The Niners and Rams defense look much better this year, and they faced them both twice. So yeah, some valid points on why to maybe fade Darnold a little bit. If you also recall, Darnold played for Kubiak in San Francisco the year before he was with the Vikings. He left the Panthers and went to go play for Kyle Shanahan, and he barely got on the field behind Purdy. But the offensive coordinator that year was also Clint Kubiak. So it was a system that Darnold was already familiar with. And then he went to KOC, played phenomenally well, and then went back to that system under Kubiak, and it was pretty easy for him to just fill right in. So that's very interesting, very valid point why maybe you shouldn't be as excited about Sam Darnold. Who's their offensive coordinator this year? It is Brian Fleury. Fleury was promoted from within the staff, previously serving as the run game coordinator and tight ends coach. I don't love that. I don't like that he's just from the best in the building. I don't think the best in the building candidate is the best you can find. Just look at what the Lions did last year when they promoted the best guy in the building after losing someone to be a head coach. Grade me up, Big Dog. I should have taken a running back instead of McBride. We'll take a look at that in just 1 second. It takes being a stoned and delirious tired for me to be funny. He's from the Niners. Fleury. He was with the Niners at least? Okay. At least there's that. But if he was with the Seahawks last year, I'm not sure if it's maybe the best option. But yeah, let's take a look at Silver Rapture, and then we'll take a look at Young Moolah's team. Morton did a little things outside the building, but originally he's literally like been a coach for like fucking like 30 years or something, and he spent a lot of time with the Lions not long ago. He was still like a bring back. But yes, the year immediately before, he may not have been like as well connected. But that's besides the point. Let's take a look at Silver Rapture's team. Out of the 109, it goes 3-7-8-2. So maybe tight end is thin, but maybe he went elite with it. Has Jalen Hurts pick 64, just above ADP. Jacoby Brissett 153, and Aaron Rodgers. I've been trying to stop taking Aaron Rodgers, but he is my most drafted quarterback. I still believe he starts somewhere, but I just had too much of him. A few weeks ago, I was at 28% Aaron Rodgers, but Brissett, very valid click, especially if it's stacked up. So let's see how it worked out. As Kyron Williams, David Montgomery, Tony Pollard. That's a little disgusting at the moment, but if he avoids Jeremiah Love, then the fall in value 112 is fantastic. Zach Charbonnet 129 pulled him up. That's interesting. Aaron Jones 136 also pulled up. That's valid. Emmanuel Wilson a little high, 160. At the moment feels valid, but might not after the draft. And then Amari DiMercado to get unique, a player that's not being drafted very much. So interesting running back room. A lot of reliance on Aaron Jones, in my opinion. That doesn't make me feel too confident. Kyron's good. Dave Montgomery's also good. But in general, I don't really trust any of the other guys in the backfield. I think there's a lot hinging on Aaron Jones and Charbonnet being healthy when it matters most. So a little risky, a little thin, but does have depth. So it's not the end of the world. And up top, it's okay. Wide receiver, Amon-Ra, Devontae Smith, Michael Wilson, Michael Pittman at pick 88. Romeo Dobbs, 105. Good price on Dobbs there. Haven't seen him past 100 in a minute. Trey Harris, solid click, right around ADP. Trey Tucker, pretty legit. Kendrick Bourne, that's unique. Not sure I love it, though, but it is stacked up with Brissett. You also have Michael Wilson stacked up and Trey McBride. Gunnar Helm, at least you stopped at 2. I'm glad you stopped at 2. Tight end room is great. Very good there. Receiver room works. Running back is a little bit tricky, but if Pollard actually is a good pick, then you're in fine shape. And then quarterback with Hurts unstacked. Oh, no, he has Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith stacked up. Yeah, we're fine there. Okay. Pittman also stacked up. Very legit, very balanced, very solid. Quarterback works. Running back should work, but is a little uncomfortable. Receivers, fine. Pretty good depth. The Kendrick Bourne one feels irrelevant, but fine receiver room. And then tight end is great with Trey McBride. So, yeah, solid team, can absolutely compete. As long as running back clicks the right way, good luck. I think you can compete. Not sure the running back room gives me confidence, but you can compete for sure. Young Moolah, interesting roster for Moolah. Has the 107, gets Taylor and Hampton to start, and then gets the fall on Bucky, pick 42. Let's take a look at how Young Moolah landed this plane. And then we'll take a look at Des got slabs, Marcus yet again. But pick 7 has Jaden Daniels, Brock Purdy. So quarterback is very strong with some rushing value, high spike week potential. Running back, Jonathan Taylor, Hampton, and Bucky. Love it. Brooks, Bigsby, Jordan James. Young Moolah fucking killed it at running back. Phenomenal room. Receiver is where it's going to be tricky. And I'm used to seeing Young Moolah having like phenomenal receiver builds. So going Garrett Wilson as the 1 might not work out, but as long as he's healthy, last year it did work out. I just never feel great with a jet, but I've been trying to click him a little bit more, in all honesty. I feel like I've ignored him for a little bit too long, and I should probably have a little bit more Garrett Wilson, in all honesty. But Christian Watson, pick 55. Parker Washington, pick 79. Little fall in value. Ricky Pearsall has been falling down to pick 90. I think is a legit click. Late round 8 is totally fine. Has McMillan, Stephon Diggs, good fall on Diggs. Pick 150 is a little disrespectful. Really good scoop up. Tank Dell for the swing, but could be a 0 because of health concerns. But after ADP, that's fine. I'm willing to take one like major gamble like that. And then Torrey Horton, one of my favorites, but a little hard to like totally justify given I had a bag of him. And then Shaheed joined the team, which I didn't expect. And then Treylon Burks, not someone that people take too often. Mixing it up, stacked up with Jaden Daniels, not bad. Has Kittle, a little risky, but high spike week guy. Chigo Conco for the stack, and then Terrence Ferguson, unstacked. We got Pearsall stacked up, and that's the only guy with Purdy. I took Christian Kirk, so I guess I sniped you. But the depth at receiver, I think, works out really well, especially if Tank Dell gives you like any contribution. Even just like 3 random spikes at a Tank Dell would like really cement this team as fantastic. Love running back. Obviously, quarterback is a little bit thin with only 2 guys who are a little bit injury prone, but like, why not take the chance? The difference between 4th and 12th is the same. You might as well go with it. I have been doing a few more 2 QB builds later in this contest, and I don't hate stopping at 2 given who you have. So very legit at tight end, but a little bit risky with the Kittle injury there. But I think Okonkwo can carry you, and then Ferguson can spike well enough where when he does hit the lineup, it's like for 12 plus points, and he's moving the chains, so to speak. So yeah, very legit. Receiver is going to be interesting. The call on Parker Washington, Ricky Pearsall, that's what needs to come through. But if Christian Watson goes down, I could see a bit of difficulty, a bit of an uphill battle. But every other position is great. So yeah, nice team, Young Moolah. Like it. But yes, you do have Kittle stacked up with Purdy. I forgot about that. Indeed, Ricky P and Kittle stacked up. Not bad. But I mentioned Marcus with Des Got Slabs. Y'all three were bunched up with Silver Rapture. The 6, 7, 8 picks and 9. It was all 4 of you with Fantasy Dog at the 8. Yeah, 4 straight viewers in this lobby. I'm glad I was a little bit distanced from y'all, in all honesty. Glad I was a little bit further apart. But Marcus has a 3-7-7-3, so fairly balanced, with Herbert, Jordan Love, and Tua. Running backs: Jeremiah Love, Travion Henderson, Baishal Tootin, and then James Conner, Pacheco, George Holani, and LaQuint Allen. Did you take Holani and LaQuint in the last one as well? Those seem to be your guys. Fair. But I think the Holani click is not going to work out for you. I think the Holani one is a bit of fool's gold. And then LaQuint on the same team as Baishal Tootin. Not terrible, especially if like Tootin goes down late in the season. LaQuint could carry you a little bit, but yeah, some of the depth is a little tricky here. Like Pacheco might never really crack the lineup. Potentially might not do anything. Holani, I'm worried about, and LaQuint could also be a 0, but decent up top, pretty decent up top. I think should be okay. Receiver: Justin Jefferson at pick 6, Chris Olave pick 30, Mekhi Lemon, Matthew Golden, Omar Cooper Jr. 139, Travis Hunter at 163, and Tez Johnson 222. Given you only have 7, I don't love Tez Johnson as the 7th and stopping there. That I think you might have needed an 8th receiver, just because. Not sure I trust Hunter at all. Lemon is still a little bit of a gamble, but should be good. Omar should be great, though. Hunter and Tez makes me a little concerned with only 7. But top 5 feels pretty good. So should get by, but Tez scares me. Tucker Kraft, Oronde Gadsden, and TJ Hawkinson. Those are good tight ends, for sure. So, yeah, if I would have changed one thing, instead of George Holani... Where'd you take Holani? I would have just taken Jeremy Bernard. That's what I would have done. But Jeremy Bernard, I think, is my most drafted player, so that's just a personal take of mine. I think I would have just liked this team a little bit better with that 8th receiver instead of George Holani. That's my take. You could also go Holani probably over LaQuint in round 20. You'd still probably would have gotten Holani pretty late. Most likely. So yeah, very good team, just a little bit nitpicky in my opinion with that 7th running back versus 8th receiver. I would have liked that 8th receiver, given Hunter and Tez are major gambles. But I believe that's the last team that was drafting with us in this lobby. So with that in mind, if I skipped you, I apologize. You got to reveal yourself. I don't think I heard anyone else mention it. So with that, let's remind you of my team. I don't think I reviewed it in totality now that I'm thinking about it, but I pulled the 102. We got a nice draft pick, and we took Gibbs at the 102. Finished it out with 3-6-8-3. Go Dak Prescott at 71 to pair with George Pickens. Tyler Shuck at 119, and then Cam Ward at 146. I feel competent with the quarterback room. Maybe not elite, but Dak can put up top 3 numbers any week. Shuck can finish top 10 any week. And then Cam Ward, I think, has a potential to really break out in his first season under Brian Daboll's system with some key offensive additions like Wanda Robinson, a healthy Calvin Ridley, a good play caller, and as expected, Jeremiah Love at running back. They're going to score a lot more touchdowns than they did last year. If you ask me, only 15 touchdown passes for Cam Ward in year one. But running back room feels loaded up top, good in the middle, and then some desperate swings down late. But honestly, with Gibbs, I don't really care about perfect depth. We have Gibbs and ETN rounds 1 and 3, Jadarian Price in, I believe, round 9. Like the swing on Jadarian Price, one of my favorite rookies for the cost. And then Rashad White pulled him up to 121. I don't understand this 131 ADP on Rashad White. I take him 122. I never see him get past 125. He's never going in the 130s. Like, I don't think the ADP is accurate at all on Rashad White at 131.8. Give it a week, it'll be 120. That, I think, is what's going to happen. But Katron Allen, we got pick 218, so good little falling value there. Worth a swing. He is a rookie, could get a good landing spot. And then lastly, I go Kareem Hunt just to get unique. Maybe, just maybe, he is the backup to Bijan Robinson. Reunites with Kevin Stefanski instead of reuniting with Andy Reid. Maybe he also reunites with Andy Reid. That's also possible as well. But my wide receiver room is pretty solid. I love the depth of Wanda Robinson as the 5th, but George Pickens, Luther Burden, Terry McLaurin, Jordan Addison, Wandale Robinson, Christian Kirk, Malik Washington, and then my most drafted rookie, Jeremy Bernard, at pick 215. Love the receiver room. Really good clicks all throughout, in my opinion. Don't mind pulling up Addison there. I really don't. I don't think it's egregious at all. He was not going to make it back to me at pick 95. So ADP 89. He usually goes pick like 80 most of the time. I take him 74. I'm fine with that in round 7. Addison, I think, is worth it. But Christian Kirk, going to be rising quickly. Could go as high as like pick 150 and still think it might be too late. So take him at 191, a full round above ADP. I don't give a shit. And then Malik Washington, also a legit riser. At the moment, the receiver 1 in Miami. But Jeremy Bernard should be like a top 40 pick or something. Definitely top 50 at the worst. And I think he probably gets a good landing spot. Someone that likes to use him. And then we got some good values at tight end here. We got Goddard as our tight end 1, pick 143, 5 past ADP, but he already goes too late in the first place. And then Juwan Johnson, 13 picks past ADP, stacked up with Tyler Shuck. Love that combo. And then Hunter Henry, a full 10 picks past ADP. The team with Drake May passed twice. I was really happy about that because Hunter Henry, at the moment, I think can crush. So my tight end room, we waited and got rewarded. The depth is phenomenal. All 3 of these guys, I think, are going to rotate in like the top 12 of my rankings every week. Somewhere between like tight end 7 and 12 in my like weekly rankings. You'll have at least 1, if not 2 of these names every single week, most of the time, as long as they're healthy. I trust the volume for Juwan Johnson. I think Goddard could be even better if AJ Brown does get traded. Should be great. And then Hunter Henry right now should be just as good as he has been last 2 years. Hunter Henry still slept on pretty badly. So yeah, running back is the only like big question mark, but it's a team with Gibbs. Like, I'm not going to sweat it. Quarterback could be better, but I got the Prescott pick and stack. That should be good. And then the other quarterbacks are also well stacked. So this team is nice. A Gibbs team with a lot of upside. I like it quite a bit. I think all of my clicks, I really don't regret a single one, to be honest with you. I think they were all phenomenal clicks. But I'm biased. Let me know what you think about this team. Drop a comment if you'd like to help me in the algorithm a little bit extra. But I'll catch up with the chat. We'll take one last smoke break, and then I'll probably say goodbye. I'll probably have to say goodbye. It's almost 11 p.m. and for some of you, it's tomorrow. So I'll have to say goodbye. I'm sorry. Okay. Where was I? But Flyfish, as I personally like those two with Kittle, but I'm bullish on T Ferg. I feel like Ferguson is a very valuable click as he falls super late after pick 200, I think you can justify either Rams tight end for sure, 100%. But Silver Rapture says my team needs Seattle to not try and draft a running back to start over by Sharps Emmanuel Wilson combo. Good luck with that, man. But that's why I drafted Jadarian Price and Katron Allen. I think they're very clearly going to draft someone. Maybe not as high as I think, but I think by round 3, if they're not scooping up a running back, that'd be a bit shocking from Seattle. But who knows? They have a really good front office. They know what they're doing better than I do. So maybe they'll wait. Maybe they will wait. Maybe they just bring in like Brian Robinson, or maybe they wait for Tony Pollard to get cut, and that's their guy. Maybe just maybe. That's what ends up happening. But GAB, Young Moolah says, hopefully Kittle full strength down the stretch. I think so, but I'm also worried you don't get him on the field until like Thanksgiving. I'm a little worried about that. Odds are he'll be back by Halloween, and you have all November for him to ramp up. But if he's not back until Thanksgiving and he's ramping up in December, that could be tough. But he could still drop 30 points, and he's still a worthwhile click. But these days, I'm trying to get him to fall to me because I have seen Kittle fall. Earlier today, I saw him at 139 go to the dog pound, pick 139. That was interesting. Maybe it was 149 actually. It was super late. I passed on him as well. I said fuck it. But Koala thinks they're going to take Mike Washington or no running back at all. You never know. Never quite sure. I still think Emmett Johnson is a viable option for them in the 3rd. But I could see him. I could see Jadarian Price absolutely bound to Seattle, definitely on the table. Will it happen? No, not a guarantee, but it's possible. Wilson is a gamer. That is true. That is true. He goes a bit early in this one. You take him 160. Interesting. Even above Tank Bigsby. Interesting. No problem, Marcus. My pleasure. And then Young Moolah, not mad at the receiver room. Risky, but quantity can get you there. I took a similar approach. Yeah, Young Moolah faded receiver a little bit more than I'm used to seeing him do. But when you start off Taylor and Hampton, can't blame you. But Price and Charbonnet aren't similar at all. Price is a worse version of Walker. That's funny. Totally forgot about my kamikaze wide receiver room. Thanks, I guess. Definitely could happen, but at the end of the day, none of us really know ultimately. You know, like it's still just a huge element of surprise. We can't say definitively what will happen. But wanted Scary Terry as well. I don't think you were getting Scary Terry to circle back, Fancy Dog. That's a rough fall. I haven't seen Terry at 56 in quite some time. That was a little optimistic. Maybe you should have just taken DJ Moore there instead of DeAndre Swift. If you had DJ Moore, I think this team might have looked really, really solid. And then I have seen Swift circle back to where you got Burrow, but then you wouldn't have Burrow. It is what it is. But appreciate you, Young Moolah. I feel pretty good about it, especially with Gibbs and ETN. It feels very, very strong. Yeah, tight end room has juice. We got Goddard, Juwan Johnson, Hunter Henry in the section of the ADP where I think you're getting like the meat of value if you pass on the elite options. I think if you don't get a tight end by Laporta, I am willing to wait and just get like whoever I can in the Goddard through David Njoku range. I think Goddard through Njoku, even Kate Otten to a certain extent, even Gunnar Helm a little bit, and Pat Freiermuth, if they're your third and you just have like two of like, let's say Goddard and Hunter Henry, you're chilling. You're chilling. But sorry, let me just remind you what the team is. I probably should have just kept this up the whole time. Probably. But oh yeah, the music came off. I apologize. Oh, you're the sniper. GG's. GG's, everyone. Good luck. We had 5 people in this lobby drafting together. Only 3 of us can make it, so a couple of us may not advance, but good luck to everyone. Yeah, no worries. It's no one's ever really trying to snipe in general. It's pretty rare. I do it occasionally, but it's usually someone that's not someone that's watching. If I do it, it's usually like right around the turn, like this, like with T fucking Roy, where it's like, okay, you need this position, and I'm just gonna snipe you because that's who I want to come back to me, and I know he's not. So that's the only time I snipe someone. Not my typical plan, but Koala says price run of 4.5 doesn't make me think he's a home run hitter. Home run hitters run mid 4.4s to 4.3s like K9. His college highlights didn't have a lot of long runs as well. I mean, he was also stuck behind Jeremiah Love, so it didn't help. That's why he didn't catch many passes. Not ideal, but like we're still drafting Kyron Williams, pick 33 in the 4th round, who feels like a steal. Should be going in the he goes round 3 in this one. Kyron Williams still goes round 3, and Kyron Williams ran a 4.6. Like a 4.58 or something. Like Kyron Williams is slow as fuck by comparison as well, but Kyron Williams can still crush. It's all about location and like opportunity, you know, like the difference between 4.4 and 4.5 is kind of negligible. Kind of. Is it much better to run a 4.4? Yes, absolutely. Don't get me wrong. Give me the speed of your guy 100% of the time. But is it the end of the world? Not entirely. It's not good, but it's not the end of the world. That's all I want to remind you. Sometimes circumstances, location, environment, and opportunity above all else is the most important factor in terms of a rookie and their landing spot. But appreciate you, Fantasy Dog. Appreciate y'all for getting to 44 likes. We got 40 viewers still. 44 likes. Y'all are the best. Yo, should I just do it? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I didn't expect 44 likes. That's pretty fire. I really appreciate that. I still have some little boards. I'm gonna give it another like 5 minutes. I'm gonna hop into a little board. Are you seriously? Come on. If we can somehow fill a little board, I will stay in for a third draft. But not gonna wait forever on the little board. Sometimes these things take a while. But I have 2 left. 9 more to start. There's no fucking chance. There's no chance this thing fills in time. I can leave this up for 15 minutes. It's not gonna go above 6 out of 12. But all right, I'll leave that up for a little bit. If you want to hop into a little board, I'll leave it open. But if we get to 11 p.m. and it's still not full, I'll pass. But we'll let that ride for a little bit. Somebody hopped in. We're now waiting on 8. We will see. As the words of the famous BBG, we all gonna lose anyway. Yeah, a good advance rate is like 20%. You know, 4 out of 5 teams are not expected to do jack fucking shit. You know, like in general, if you're up to 22%, you're kind of crushing it. There's not much difference, and that's still like 3 out of 4 of your teams not doing anything for you. So like, it's worth taking some swings, 100%. Don't want to write it off entirely, but it's a little tough. Sharps led the backfield over Walker when healthy. If Price is a worse version of Walker, then I don't know why they draft him. Just because he's the best running back available in this class. This class is pretty thin. This class doesn't really have much depth. Like once you pass Emmett Johnson, it gets pretty gross. It's not that good. So, at this point in time, like maybe they really are betting on Tony Pollard getting cut, or still Brian Robinson, maybe. But odds are they just draft someone, and they rely on Emmanuel Wilson, George Holani, and this rookie to just get them over the hump until Charbonnet's healthy. Maybe it's going to take all year, but until like they're desperate enough, they'll just rock with that. Koala is at 60% Mike Gesicki. His price is too good for me to pass on. I mean, round 20 is free. He also goes undrafted a lot. That's a pretty bold stance. But in round 20, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. A little high for me. I'm still pretty low. I don't take him much. Let me check my exposure on Gesicki. Whoops. Okay, yeah, I can't brag at all. We just drafted him twice today, or no, just once. So that's going to jump up to 4%. But yeah, I've been late to realize that Gesicki's a legit click. I thought they would bring in someone. I still kind of believe they can draft someone as well. It wouldn't shock me at all if they drafted like Eli Stowers. Not at all. If they got Kenyon Sadiq, that'd be insane. That'd be interesting. And they're kind of dumb enough to do it. Just keep investing in offense, but that'd be interesting. A rookie could ruin him though. A rookie could fuck with you. There's also Tanner Hudson there that does a little bit more than you would like. Tanner Hudson, Drew Sample get involved just enough to piss you off in Cincinnati. They kind of have a committee, but Gesicki is by far the best one that they got. So very legit investment. Final round with a unique name. When will the big board fill? Over under is in 12 days. Where are we at on the big board percentage? 76%. Damn, it jumped from 50 to 76 pretty fast. I would say less than that, man. I would say less than that. I've done half of my big boards. I've done 76. Drafts tonight were number 75 and 76. I'm not dying to fill it up. I'm not dying to do all 150. If I hit 100, I'd be kind of surprised, in all honesty. I'm not trying to invest more than $1,000 in this tournament, because to get that back, it's not impossible, but I got to finish top 300 in this tournament, and I would like to make some profit. So at the moment, if I have one team that finishes top 400, I break even, and then all my other returns will be profit. But ultimately, we're trying to finish in the top 100 of this tournament. A minimum of $2,000. Top 50 would be much better. Minimum $5,000. And then if we do finish top 10, that's where the real money's at. 20K to 10th, 25 to 7th. I'll take 7th in this tournament. I'd be okay with that. 30 grand for 6th, 50 grand for 4th, 100 grand for 2nd, and then 200K to the winner. But if you tell me I finish top 300, that would be a big win in my eyes. There's a lot of people in this tournament. It's not easy to finish top 300. To go 1 out of 10 in the playoffs is not the easiest thing to do. And then the final has 558 people. The final is no joke. But at least to advance out of the pod is a little easier. 3 out of 12 do advance in every pod. That's not that bad. But Silver Rasher says, my team sucked, but I think Sharbs is the starter. I may be wrong. It all depends on when he gets back. But once he gets back, give him like 3 weeks and he will be the starter. No doubt. I think that's the ultimate plan, but we're not going to realize his like full value until the end of the year. But that's the thing, like all the money's made in December. So to have Sharbs on a team that you can make it to the final, I think would be super, super clutch. I do like Sharbs for that reason alone, but as an advance rate piece, I don't see it. Probably less than 12 days if I had to guess Youngwoo. I would say 8 days. Like next Monday, I think is going to be the last call. I would say 8 days. I think this week will probably go pretty fast. If it makes it to next Friday, I'd be a little surprised, but next Monday, 8 days makes a little sense. Likely is going to crush Laporta. Or are you saying Laporta is likely going to crush? I know you like Isaiah Likely, so I think that's your take. I think you have Isaiah Likely above Laporta. That's a bold take there. I will take Laporta in that scenario. Price is a kick returner. Watch his play. He's explosive. Don't get hung up on silly combo. The fact that he was playing behind Jeremiah Love, I think, kind of shields a lot of his potential. You know, it's like Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins a little bit. Like, neither hit their true ceiling because they had to play alongside the other one. But especially for Price behind Love, maybe was a little bit buried for a reason. But Silver Raptors has just a bunch of people who have drafted 50-year teams each. ADP goes out the window to some extent. Yeah, there is a certain point when you have the high enough volume where it's like, fuck it. Fuck it. Let's just take this guy to mix in and get different. But Scatterboo ran 4.7. Was he really that slow? I thought he was like 4.5. 4.7? No joke. 4.71. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. I forgot about that. What's crazy is the burst score is like elite. 128.7 on the burst score. Yeah, weight adjusted. That's the 10-yard split. The 10-yard split is almost more important than the 40-yard. If you can be elite in the 10-yard, the 40 is a little bit less valuable. But if you suck in both, you are screwed. I like the fact that he did the bench press and ranked in the 28th percentile. Like, that makes sense. Like, not a super impressive number for the bench, but he still was like, oh, you know, I'm fucking doing this. That's really funny. But yeah, phenomenal burst score given the terrible 40. Best comp is Leonard Fournette. That's interesting. Top of round 4, age 24. Gonna be injury prone, but 219, 5'10. Yeah, mixing in Scatterboo in the 6th feels pretty interesting sometimes. But Uno Mas, we're trying Flyfish, but this little board is not budging. We're still waiting on 8. I don't think I have a budget. I have a budget. There's a pace I got to maintain on the budget. And to do a third when I'm planning to do a bunch more this week. Maybe another time. But appreciate y'all. 46 likes on today's video. Really appreciate it. We'll be going live with Off the Schneid tomorrow, I believe, on his channel at 7:15 p.m. Pacific, 10:15 Eastern on Off the Schneid, and then later in the week he'll be on my channel. So look forward to that. And Raptures add a little boards. That's what I thought. Y'all are mostly add a little boards. Okay, how about this? If y'all can hit 50 likes before 11 p.m., you got 2 minutes. We got 37 watchers, 50 likes. 50 likes, I'll rip that third big board. But that might be too tall of a task, given there's fewer viewers than likes. There's probably not as many people hopping in. We got 47. 3 more likes, and we will do that third draft. You know what? I'm even gonna help you out. I'm even gonna like it myself. I haven't done that yet. Damn, it's making me sit through an ad first? That's some bullshit. That kind of sucked. Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll turn off the ads. At this point, we're going to turn off the ads. For the third one, we're going to turn off the ads. How do I do that? Fuck it. We're just gonna do the third draft. At this point. Might as well, right? It's being weird. It's not letting me like it. I don't know what the fuck's going on with my phone. But yeah, I haven't been live since Thursday. Yo, Koala coming in clutch. Appreciate you, man. All right. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. 2 people did hop into this little board, but we left. Damn, bro. You coming in super clutch. You didn't have to sit and send it twice, bud. That's insane. You're awesome, man. I really appreciate you, Koala. My plan was to like it on both of my accounts, so we got 48 likes. Just think of it as 50. Okay, I have it set up. I'm not gonna box you out as well. Let me get it set up on the phone. But really appreciate y'all sticking around. Y'all are staying late. This is true late night, especially if you're on the East Coast. 11:01 p.m. Pacific, 1:01 Eastern, or no, 2:01 at this point. Yeah, 2:01 Eastern. All right. Okay, I'm ready to go. If you're ready to go, we're gonna hop in 3, 2, 1. Let's join the big board. And I do get the location error, so I'm hopping in on the phone. 6 more spots. 6 more. But appreciate you, Koala. That is very kind of you. Unnecessary, but very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. But Noah Fant is heart garbage. Is this in relation to our Gesicki conversation? Because Noah Fant, I think, actually went to the Saints. I think Noah Fant is no longer with... If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Noah Fant signed with New Orleans for 2 years, 8.75 mil, 8.75 mil, average salary about 4.5, basically. First year is fully guaranteed. Second year might get cut. But we still have 4 spots in this big board. If you would like to help it fill, you can hop in. But it is late. I don't blame you if you don't want to hop in. Sometimes I like to get in late, use the West Coast advantage, because like if somebody on the East Coast is hopping in, there's a higher chance of like sleep deprivation or them being drunk or high in like a very drowsy state of mind. Nice. Like you said, Koala, us West Coast people have your back. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, we're still drafting at 11 p.m. but still waiting on 4. This might take a minute. Maybe I should switch up the song. What do y'all think? Should we use a different song, different music? Let's try that. All right, so this big board is very slow to fill, but especially with the super chat donation, I'm not just gonna dip soon. I have faith it'll fill. I have some faith, but maybe in the meantime, I'll go over some exposures with y'all. I'll label those. Yeah, here we go. This was March 22nd. Also, did I turn off the ads? I forgot. I think I did. I might not. Where the fuck is the ads? There we go. Yeah, let's turn that off. Sorry. Okay. It is off. No more ads the rest of the night. Apologies if you just got one after I said that. Got a little distracted. But they're off. This team has Herbert and Lamar. Who else was on it?
Nice and blunt.
Yeah, nothing too crazy to add there. And then this one, Gibbs, Pickens, ETN.
Nice and blunt.
Okay. We're down to 3 spots in the big board. We did take one of those, so it's chugging along. Still a little bit slow, but it's close enough. It's worth waiting for, 100%. But F it. I'll drop something on X, see if anyone's willing to see. I don't have much of a following on X. I only started getting back to it. I never really invested in it. Like, there was like a week when I set up an account like 5 years ago when I used X. Shamrock, what's up, man? We're trying to fill a big board. We're trying to do the 3rd draft of the night, fill a big board. It is taking a minute, but if you would like to join, you're more than welcome. Do I have? Yeah, if we're going another draft, I 100% do. But just for the sake of trying, let me. We just sent out a tweet. Or I guess it's just a post. Now it's only called a post, not a tweet. But yeah, 100%. Okay, we're down to 2. We're down to 2. It is moving. It is moving. Just fast enough.
Drafting best ball.
But not only am I craving a smoke break, I'm also getting thirsty. Also getting a bit thirsty, so might go get some water and come back. This thing is still in the waiting wings, but on the Puffco. What's the Puffco? Is that like a vape? Tell me what a Puffco is. I'm not as young as I look, and I'm also like, I've never really been hip to some of the lingo. Never been like I don't know if you know anything about astrology, but I'm a Capricorn and we're kind of known for being kind of boring. Oh, here we go. It filled. Beautiful. It's about time. It took a minute. It was sitting at 4 for way too long, but we pulled a 107. Close to my typical spot. We got Boom Shakalaka in here. We got Fancy Dog in here as well at pick 12. Shakalaka in at 11 again. Jodis drafted with us the first time, but might just be a volume drafter. Not sure if he's watching. If you are, let us know. At this stage in the game, let us know, Jodis, if you are indeed watching. I recognize Silver Rapture in at the 3. Nice pick. Always fun to be in the top 4. And then otherwise, apologies if I don't recognize you. Maybe OTD rings a bell, but anyone could be OTD. Those initials. OTD 323. I'm not quite sure. And then Edge Dome. at the 2. It's an electric dab rig. Okay, sounds a little too much for me. I've never invested in one of those, but sounds fun. There's 2 types of people: the people who can smoke dabs and the people who can't. There's 2 types of people, and I think I'm in the latter group. Like, I can hit it and, like, you know, everyone coughs a little bit. I will cough a little extra, and then give me like literally 30 seconds. I want to be like comatose and like horizontal. I want to be laying down very quickly after a dab. What's a dab? Asked Shamrock. You don't want to know, man. I think you're good. I don't think you need to know. But Fancy Dog can't at all. Can't even smoke a bong. I can smoke a bong. The bong is definitely in play. But the stem that I have for my bong broke a while ago, and I just haven't replaced it. And do I just do it? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. Let's just go Amon Ra. Keep it solid. No, dabs are not for the faint of heart. Once you need a blowtorch, you're in another stratosphere. You're in another level. And I'm perfectly comfortable in the level that I'm at. It does the job. It's exactly what I need. I'm over 30 now. I can't be smoking dabs as much as I would like to smoke weed. I would not give you the content as much as I do, especially in the regular season, if I smoke dabs. No fucking chance. It's not quite on that level, Fancy Dog. It does, I guess, have that in common, but it's not quite on that level. It's still THC. I think when you see a dab on 420, I'll give you one of these. I'll give you one of those. Just gave you, what, 3 or 4 of them? Unless I get in contact with a friend I don't think lives in LA anymore, and he's willing to bring it over. Yeah, I don't know. Glad you liked it, man. Not gonna see that too often. Glad you liked it. We're willing to have some fun every now and then. But do I just take Saquon? He's on the thumbnail. Do I just take Saquon? Nah. Nah, fuck that. Nah. I'm not gonna do that. Middle of the second with Walker and Amon Ra. Yeah, that's chill. That's fine. After Jeremiah Love, after Neighbors, I do have him ranked above Saquon in my personal rank. So could have taken London there. I don't have a ton of London, in all honesty. I might be a little bit behind on the London shares, but I think AJ Brown is going to be a better click than London, so I'm more comfortable pushing receiver with the hopes that I still get AJ Brown, or even just Jared Goff. Josh Allen. Why the fuck I said Jared Goff? Probably because I have Amon Ra. But in round 3, even if I get Josh Allen, I'm chilling. We're in good shape. But super balanced so far. Amon Ra, Kenneth Walker, not bad. The team at 12, Fancy Dog goes James Cook, Derrick Henry. Don't hate that. Perfectly fine to pull him up. Am I not a CMC fan? He's okay. I just think the safety net of Amon Ra is so much more reliable. And then I also like my team builds a little bit more these days when I lock in wide receiver in round 1 as opposed to round 2. I don't see a massive tier difference between the RB3 Jonathan Taylor and where Kenneth Walker is going. Like, I think all of those names are maybe not Walker the same as like McCaffrey, of course. Like, I would never rank Walker higher than McCaffrey entering the year, but I don't think it's impossible for Walker to outscore Christian McCaffrey. But the thing about McCaffrey is, like, he either pays off tremendously or he crashes and burns like immediately, you know? So like, if I'm gonna be overweight a player in the later round, one, give me the guy that's finished top 3 at the position like 3 straight years, as opposed to the guy that also like goes down and misses time. But AJ Brown is there. Let's go. That's why I pass on London. I like AJ Brown just as much as London, and he goes, what was it? 12 picks later, yeah. We're all set. We're doing just fine. Amon-Ra, Ken Walker, AJ Brown. Thank you very much. No complaints. And a little bit unique in a way, because I don't think there's any teams getting either AJ Brown or Kenneth Walker to fall to them in the 4th round. And so I don't think there's any teams in the contest that were built that got, like, let's say Amon-Ra, Saquon, AJ Brown, and Kenneth Walker. You know, like, we passed on Saquon there. I don't think there's a team that got the 3 players we have in a 4-round combination. But CMC is fine. CMC's okay. I have enough CMC where I'm not like dying to go too overboard with more CMC. But do I think Kyler in Minnesota is a plus for JJ? Absolutely, compared to what it was with JJ McCarthy, you know. Lad circles back. Running back's a little thin. You know what? I have a lot of Lad. I think I've taken him in like 3 consecutive streams at least once. I'm going to go Devontae Smith, and we're going to just make the bet that AJ Brown is indeed leaving the Philadelphia Eagles. If AJ Brown does leave, then Devontae is a smash pick in the 4th round. Devontae could move up to where T. Higgins is going. Not that much higher, but, you know, legitimately higher. We miss out on Garrett Wilson. Mike Evans goes 39. Wow. Lad falls to 43. And then Zay Flowers went 37. So, didn't get the falling value on Bucky in this one. Kyron goes in round 3. But our receiver room is chilling at the moment, especially with the assumption that AJ Brown is leaving. Because the games that Devontae Smith plays where AJ Brown is not on the field, when he's missed time, Devontae Smith averages like 17 points per game. Devontae Smith fucking crushes in those games. Now, it is a limited sample size. It's not huge sample size to pull from, but it's not like minimal either. Like, maybe we can do a deep dive at some point. Maybe now would be an interesting time. But I remember this going into last year. I did the stats. In 2024, so 2 years ago, the games when AJ Brown was off the field, I promise you this is literally memorized. Devontae Smith averaged like 14.3 points per game. It was truly like top 5, top 7 potential. Really, really reliable when AJ Brown's not there. So if that's the bet we're going to make, let's double down. And we do get Rome Odunze to circle back. This is, at this point, this is one of the cheapest prices I've seen on Rome. So I'll just take Rome. I've only seen him go above ADP lately. ADP 54, we get him 55. Not a big fall, but still. I've seen him in the 4th. I've seen him. He never really makes it past pick 52, 53 in general. So I'll just take Rome. And at the moment, I would have the first opportunity to take Caleb Williams if I want. There is no drafter on the right side of me who has a bear to stack up with Caleb. Koala just hates passing on the chance of him being the 101. Like, Of all the guys after Puka Chase, I think he's got the highest chance of being the top scorer. Yeah, no, it's fair for him to be the 105. You know, it's totally fair. I'm just a little bit meh about it. I don't want to be underweight CMC. I also don't really want to be super overweight CMC. Like, if I can just lock up 8% McCaffrey, I'll be happy. But if there's one name in the back half of the first round that I'm really trying to be overweight on, it's Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, that's the name that I feel most comfortable with. Just taking and moving on and being happy knowing that I just have, like, locked up points that warrants a first round draft pick. Because you can't really win your draft in the first round, but you can lose it. And I'm not saying McCaffrey is an automatic bad pick that's going to lose it, but there have been some outcomes where he has also been the guy that has clearly meant losing your draft. So I just try to stay balanced with McCaffrey, not go overboard. And Amon-Ra, we passed on earlier in this lobby for Justin Jefferson, so I was fine mixing him in there at the 107. If I get Brian Thomas here, don't think I can pass. Damn, it's gonna be a good receiver room. Yeah, let's do it. Brian Thomas. Gotta cool it on that position for a minute, but no one has a better receiver room than I do. Amon-Ra, AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Roma Dunze, Brian Thomas Jr. I mean, there's the team with Puka, London, Terry, and DJ Moore, which is very good. Very good. I would say top 4 or better than my top 4, but whoever he has as the 5th is not going to be as good as my 5th. That's the only other team I'm worried about. Silver Rapture at receiver. I'm not going to pretend like it's a bad team, but I like mine quite a bit. Love the fall on Rome, just a tiny bit, and then the nice fall on Brian Thomas, especially if we get the AJ Brown departure. We are in business, baby. Koala's not a big BTJ guy, but still like it. As the 5th guy, you gotta like that. Yeah, likes it a lot. Gotta feel safe, but like, obviously you can't be drafting 9 receivers on a team like this. You gotta ignore the position for quite a while. Just how it goes. But anchor RB with Ken Walker doesn't feel bad at all. And then just elite depth at receiver. Top 5 feels awesome. Super, like, boom bust names as well. Like with Rome and Brian Thomas, when they hit the lineup, you can get like 25, 30 points. But when they don't hit the lineup, you might get like 5 points. Shamrock says every year Devontae is a 4th round draft pick. There was one year when he was going in the 3rd at like the 2-3 turn with T. Higgins. I believe this was like 2-3 years ago. There was one year when him and like Olave and Waddle were all going like a little bit higher than they are at the moment. Hurts and Drake May do get taken. That's unfortunate. I think I might just go Kraft. I suppose I could go... Yeah, I'll just take tight end. I'll take Tucker Kraft. Gives us another stacking option with Jordan Love a little bit later. But at this point, I'm kind of hunting QB a little bit. There was a name I could have pulled up there that would have been fine. Maybe Fantasy Dog snipes me. Maybe I should have just taken Trevor Lawrence there. Maybe should have just done that. But this has been an interesting lobby at quarterback. A lot of names fell, not the right ones. We didn't get Hurts to circle back. I've seen him in the 80s before. Drake May almost made it, but goes to the Travion Henderson drafter. That's fair. But Koala, very bullish on Tucker Kraft. As long as he's healthy, man, he was the best tight end in the game. If you want to go elite tight end, I'm starting to believe that taking them in round 7, 8, or 9, if you can still get Laporta or Kyle Pitts in round 9, is the best way to go about it. Tyler Warren at the 6-7 turn, totally legit. Laporta goes to Boom Shakalaka. Trevor Lawrence goes to Fantasy Dog, as expected. The team with Parker Washington. Took Parker above BTJ. I assume you're on Jiri's side of the bet. If y'all don't know, I have a bet with Jiri Football. Follow Jiri Football. Should have him back on the channel sometime soon. We have a bet straight up regarding Brian Thomas Jr. versus Parker Washington. The only caveat to the bet, they both have to stay Jaguars, and then they both have to play a minimum 10 games. But most points straight up in half PPR will win the bet, and the loser, the loser has to pay for a bigger board $100 entry next season. Fuck. Now I wish I had Lad McConkey. Do I just take Dak? I don't think I want to. I'm gonna take the runner. I am actually, fuck. Yes. Yeah, I forgot my plan. Have to go running back there. So about to get thin as fuck. Might have made a mistake, but quarterback's been a little bit weird in this one. I think I can still be okay. Yeah, I'm gonna push. The difference in running back I was getting at 103 versus quarterback there. Yeah, thank God I got Rico Dowdle in. That was always the plan. That was really always the plan. So I probably should have taken Trevor Lawrence instead of Tucker Kraft, but that's okay. That's fine. We have our elite tight end swing with Kraft. Fannin fell to 88. Fannin fell past Laporta in this one. That's very interesting. But Boom Shakalaka, no quarterback yet. Has Laporta. So I should probably just take Jared Goff. Because the team with Gibbs and JMO just passed on Goff. I don't think Boom Shakalaka with no quarterback is going to pass twice on Goff. So I think the click here is out of necessity. Jared Goff. Not going to go Pittman. Not going to go QJ. Interesting price on Pittman here, though. Falling a full 10 picks at the moment. Goes Jadarian Price. Pittman goes 102. Yeah, Amon-Ra, the only stack I have remaining. I'll do that. QB1, Jared Goff with Amon-Ra. I do not think he's making it back. Should I have taken him at 103? Just for the sake of not eligible to return? I think so. But Wandell was 104. Damn. Where would I have gone with a running back, though? I got sniped on Judkins, sniped on Tootin. Maybe I should have just taken DeAndre Swift. Or maybe I should have just taken RJ Harvey. Nah. That's okay. Oh, it's 100% time for my smoke break. I think it's 100% time. Apologies, it hasn't come sooner. The bowl's been packed for like 3 rounds. I apologize. Fuck. I got some pieces to fucking make it through the pipe. I didn't swallow it, thankfully, but they were in my fucking mouth. Like lit pieces of ash on that one. That was not a good pull. But didn't swallow it. Damn, Jordan Love goes. Was hoping Jordan Love would get there. That was kind of my... Oh, we could get Bo Nix, though. What you gonna do, Connor? Goes Bo Nix. That's fine. I'll take the falling value on Stafford. That's okay. Maybe I take Kenny Gainwell. Maybe that's actually the correct move. Nah, let's take Stafford. A little bit gross at quarterback moving forward. Missed out on Jordan Love. That's what I thought I would get, but the Christian Watson drafter takes him. Can't blame him. Can't blame him. And then Bo Nix with more rushing value. Probably a little bit more valuable than Stafford, but Stafford was an MVP candidate. That's not going to change. Stafford's still super, super strong of a pick. Going very late. 114 is a little egregious, but yeah, I was reading the lobby. A lot of quarterbacks were falling early on in this draft. Like, some guys went a little early, but like the rate of clicks on purple in this lobby was just not high enough of a rate for me to feel like compelled where like waiting was the wrong move. I'm glad I took Rico. I'm really glad I took Rico Dowdle instead of Herbert. But you probably hear our guest. It's about time. I thought she would join a little sooner, but
Nice and blunt.
she made a visual appearance, not an audio appearance earlier.
Nice and blunt.
Dog Vision had a panic pick with Laporta. Surprised you didn't just take the falling value on Fannin, but Laporta's good. Laporta's fine. Laporta wouldn't have made it back to you, so that's fine. I don't hate it. I took Kraft over Fannin. Brown's a little scary, but Fannin's pretty good. Koala likes the team, thinks Fantasy Dog is cooking with James Cook, Derrick Henry, T. Higgins, Zay Flowers, Joe Burrow, Parker Washington, Trevor Lawrence, Godwin, and Baker, and then Jordan Mason 109. Not bad. Kenny Gainwell does go to Silver Rapture, who also takes Rashad White, so Snipesy on both running back options. Damn it. That's unfortunate, but there's one name remaining. I'm not going to say who it is, but there's one name remaining that I'm really hoping I get. Oh, Cam Ward off the board. Damn. 117. Glad I got Stafford because sweet John Coleman. Is he still there? Or did I just misread the board? Yeah, I guess Dobbins went much. Oh, where the fuck did Dobbins go? Super early. Oh, I'm a dumbass. I guess I'll just take Mike Washington then. Cause yikes. Yeah. All right. Well, I knew this was coming. I knew running back was going to have to be favored pretty soon, but perhaps I should have just taken Kenny Gainwell instead of Stafford. Because Stafford's unstacked. Actually, no. Maybe A.J. Brown gets traded to the Rams. Those rumors are also looming. Maybe A.J. Brown is a Ram, and we get a Stafford A.J. Brown team. Maybe, just maybe. That's what we're talking ourselves into in this one. Again, the A.J. Brown Stafford team. A.J. Brown's getting traded, but not to the Patriots today. Gets traded to the Rams. Koala likes the team for Fantasy Dog. Yeah, glad I saved it with Dowdle. Glad I saved it with Dowdle. Oh, bummer, Koala. Go down to Oregon and get in long drafts and then drive back. Interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a funny way to call it. Definitely with my green shirt. I got some raggy vibes today. But yeah, like I could go as Shaggy one day for for Halloween. I mean, Casey Concepcion falling a little bit. Maybe that's not too bad. But Darnold is interesting. Weird vibes. Running back got fucking grossed. Really? I'm pulling up Brooks already, top of ADP. Yeah, let's just do it. I'm getting a little desperate. I'm feeling the desperation kick in. We saw JCM, Aaron Jones, Chris Rodriguez at 133, Tyron Tracy at 134, Sharbs at 136. So get your guys. I don't think Brooks was circling back, so it is what it is. Got a little bit hamstrung given the super heavy investment at receiver early on, but the receiver room is fucking fire. And then we have Kraft also. Like, yeah, if you're gonna do it, you need like an elite weapon at tight end. We get valuable QBs, and then gotta take some swings with running back. Low floor but high upside. Ooh, sounds good. Thai food in LA is dope. Glad we can scratch the itch, Koala. Bummer with the Washington location. It's so weird. It's so like arbitrary. Like what states it's available and what's not. Nice. Fancy Dog got Gainwell, Washington, C-Rod, and or McMillan coming up. Yeah, he does take McMillan and C-Rod. Advertising the picks and still getting him. Very nice. Love to see it. But round 13, boy, running back is interesting. I guess I'll queue up Emmett just for the hell of it. But we'll see what's still there. I think we'll make Young Moolah proud and maybe go Isaiah Likely. But the tight end is deep. Pick 151. I gotta go Omar Cooper. I think got to. Past 150, I think that's an auto click for me at this point. But Kelsey goes, Likely goes. We have Kraft, so I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I'm not gonna force it, but Likely was a very legit pick there. He goes to the team with Dart. Jodis gets this guy. Got a good value on Fannin paired with Likely. That's pretty strong. But I believe in the values yet to come. Still to come. I believe I'll be okay. But we're going to fade out of this music. And we're going to fade in on this music. We're gonna go back to our original music. Hope you weren't grooving along a little too much. I think the Rams said they were out of the A.J. Brown, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, they can say that. They can always get back in. But A.J. Brown, Puka, and Adams all on the Rams? No, not all three. I think one of Puka or Adams would be involved in that trade. But it's very unlikely at this point. I wouldn't bet on it as much as I'd bet on the Patriots one. But there were rumors. Enough rumors to keep it in mind. But pick 162. Almost got Emmett Johnson. Getting a nice fall on Fernando Mendoza. And I did want a third quarterback. I will take Mendoza. Before it gets super gross, I will take Mendoza. Could have gone Bryce Young there to pair with Jonathan Brooks, but running back stack not as critical. Just give me the better value. I think Mendoza can put up more points than Bryce Young. Some better weapons on his team as well. Took McMillan with Baker and C-Rob with T-Law. Building some Tesla on my future. It's possible. Definitely possible. I don't hate it. Wouldn't hate it. Brissett or Mendoza? Probably Mendoza. With Brissett, I'm not convinced he will keep the job all season long. He'll start off the guy, they'll lose a bunch of games again, and when they're 1-7, they're probably going to yank him before the next game is over. They're probably not going to put up with Brissett for too long. Just long enough to lock up a top 5 pick, really cement their terrible situation, but I just don't see them winning very much with Brissett, and ultimately I'm not convinced that he will be locked in as the guy come December when all the money is made. So that is not the case with Mendoza. Mendoza has some real weapons in terms of Bowers and Genty, and who knows who they're going to draft. Even Naylor's not bad. Trey Tucker, not bad. Clint Kubiak, very good offensive coordinator. I have some faith in Mendoza from a floor standpoint that I just can't quite say with Brissett. Mendoza, barring injury, will play all 17 games. Brissett, barring injury, might play 10. If he plays more than 12, I think he's kind of lucky, because like they're just not going to be competitive enough for him to stay the guy. Like they'll mix in somebody else at some point, and right now that's Minshew who's not good either. So like maybe they go back to Brissett at some point, but I just don't believe that Brissett will be there like all 17 games. Yeah, Leia's still stomping around. I wish I could say it was, but no, Jamie, who's in the chat, one of the, he's probably in bed by now. Made the music for me. Jamie Pirog made the music. Really grateful for all the contributions. I think I'm gonna go Barner. Nah, I know how this lobby is at running back. I'm just gonna take Tank Bigsby and see what falls back. Not gonna panic at tight end. Not gonna panic. Y'all want me to panic? Not gonna panic. There's a position I need more. That position is running back. We took a little luxury pivot for 2 rounds. Went Omar Cooper, Fernando Mendoza, getting the rookies in, but can't ignore it forever. Just give me the correct pick. Not with y'all. You're not gonna let him circle back. Bigsby was not coming back. Just give me another running back. Tesla at 26.3%. I think I'm at like 12% Tesla. There was a time I was clicking it like crazy. He goes to Fancy Dog. Not a shocker. Not the end of the world, but not a shocker. Absolutely a Tesla fan for Fancy Dog, even furthering the investment. Yes, the music was made by Jamie Pirog. Phenomenal contribution. Honestly, really elevated the stream ever since we started playing it. Yeah, music is pretty nice. Who's the receiver 1 now in Miami? I believe it's going to be Mekhi Lemon, but as of today, it's Malik Washington. But I'm pretty convinced they're drafting a receiver. Is AJ Barner coming back? That'd be awesome, but I'd be okay with Njoku as well. Yeah, AJ Barner circles back, but do I just take Jalen Naylor? I don't think so. We're getting a very good fall on AJ Barner, and we got 6 really good receivers. Let's do that. Let's do that. AJ Barner, pick 186, ADP 171. Feels a little low for him in the first place. But I like how this team is piecing together. We got the amazing receiving core with Amon-Ra, AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Rome Odunze, Brian Thomas. The only one stacked up is Amon-Ra, but it's okay. Maybe I should have taken Trevor Lawrence instead of Tucker Kraft, but I thought at least I'd have another stacking option in Jordan Love. He was not there, unfortunately. That team had Christian Watson and Jaden Reed, so bummer, but it is what it is. We got a good fall on Stafford unstacked, and that's okay. I could still backstack him with a tight end, but had to get in at running back for a while. We have Rico Dowdle, Mike Washington, Jonathan Brooks, Tank Bigsby, all behind Kenneth Walker. We really need Walker to stay healthy, but I think this running back room can work. Just need to get a little bit lucky, and I still need like a couple more, in all honesty. I think 2 of my next 4 picks have to be running back to get out of this draft and be okay. Because Mike Washington, hyped, but could get a bad landing spot, could not pay off. There's always the downside of drafting a rookie still on the table. And then Brooks could be a 0 again, might just never play, never stay on the field. And then Bigsby also is buried behind Saquon until he's not. So, very, very low floor options behind Rico and Walker. And then Rico maybe doesn't have the safest floor either. A lot of upside, I believe, in Rico, but maybe not the safest floor imaginable. But this is looking like a classic 3-7-7-3. I think I'll still mix in one more receiver, but probably another rookie. Probably willing to really roll the dice with the receiver click. But I am on the clock. Is this a Kamara team? Don't think so. Nah. I'll take another swing with a rookie. Let's go Eli Stowers. Let's take the bet that maybe, I don't know, he goes to Stafford or he goes to Joe Burrow. I think he's very live to go to the Bengals. Very, very live. I think that's a ideal landing spot to hope for. Would love to see that, but talented enough where I think he could be round 2 to a good team that wants to use him. He does pay off this ADP. He was a little bit of a riser after the combine. We've kind of soured on it after free agency has buried that type of news. And pick 199, very legit price. Could have pushed a little more, gone Terrence Ferguson, but really not that big of a deal. And at this stage, all the running backs are pretty gross. So maybe we'll just get Kamara to fall back. Kind of don't want to take him, in all honesty. Doesn't feel very safe. But Walker, Rico Dowdle, Mike Washington, Jonathan Brooks, Tank Bigsby. So some big swings, but a little bit of a tricky thing in the middle there with only Mike Washington as like a true depth piece. Like big gambles on Brooks and Bigsby. Got to get lucky. But I'm relying a lot on Rico at the moment. So that's not the safest feeling. It's only receiver and running back at this point. But Torrey Horton was not in contention for this roster. Not at all. Just getting back into it. Why is Debo going so late? Because he hasn't signed yet and people are just panicking that he won't play at all, as if that's a reasonable excuse. But nah, it's just a little too much panic. Braylon Allen goes. I'll stick in the handcuff realm. Take my boy Ray Davis. Pretty good click in round 18. Last year I was in love with Ray Davis at pick like 130, 135. Yeah, I was clicking Ray Davis in the 12th round a shit ton last year and did not pay off. But I still believe in the upside of Ray Davis. It's just it requires James Cook get hurt. That's the only thing. It requires James Cook to go down. But that's my case for Tank Bigsby. Only difference is Ray Davis also has to compete with Ty Johnson. That's the problem. That's why Ray Davis was such a bad click, because Ty Johnson still factors in and is a little bit more of a pass catcher in terms of like house call potential. Ty Johnson, a little more interesting. But if you're telling me the Bills have to go with the backup running back core, Ray Davis will be the main benefactor, and he will be the guy you need to start in your fantasy league. They're never going to give Ty Johnson the rock the rate they would give Ray Davis the rock if James Cook goes down. So there's a reason he goes higher, but you can also mix in Ty Johnson. I don't think that's crazy. I don't like to have both on the same team, honestly, but I don't think it's crazy to draft Ty Johnson instead of Ray Davis, or just, you know, last round as just a random click. Not bad. Not egregious, but there's a name I almost... Oh, no, he already went. I picked 201. I didn't see Malik Washington for a second. I was like, damn, if he's still on the board, let's got to scoop him up. But I'll probably go receiver here and then grab RB with the last round. But Jordan James off the board, that's somebody I kind of rely on at times. Justice Hill off the board as well. But that team goes Imari DiMercado. I'll pass. And you know it. You probably already guessed it. We're gonna stick with it. Round 19, Jeremy Bernard, come on down. I'll take him around 17. I don't give a fuck. And like, given the receiver room I have, like 7 receivers, last 2 are rookies, like Amon-Ra, AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Rome Odunze, Brian Thomas Jr., Omar Cooper Jr., and Jeremy Bernard. When both of these rookies go top 50 overall in the draft, you're never going to get them at this price. The price on Jeremy Bernard is such a fucking steal. It's egregiously low, and the price on Omar Cooper Jr. is still egregiously low. Maybe not as much, like maybe only push him up like to where Josh Downs and McMillan are going, but I think at this point in time, I'd rather have Omar Cooper Jr. than Jaden Higgins. I've seen him mocked above Casey Concepcion as well, so like that doesn't make very much sense. He goes behind Denzel Boston, behind Judy. That feels wrong. But receiver is kind of weird this late. Like Debo goes super late, like we were bringing up. But there's kind of a last call on like names you trust once you get to the Travis Hunter, Tyreek Hill range. Like unless he's stacked up, maybe Trey Harris feels comfortable. But someone pulled up Christian Kirk 178. That's not egregious at all. There's a lot of major question marks with everyone else moving forward. So Jalen Naylor 187. That's okay. Trey Tucker in the same range. Tesla went as well. But Flournoy, Hollywood Brown, yikes. That's not great. Malik Washington feels okay, but not like elite. Yeah, give me a swing on a rookie like Jeremy Bernard. With a room like mine, I love that click. But all right, running back room. I think I'm gonna mix in Jaden Blue because like just another handcuff, doesn't get drafted a ton. I've been starting to mix in Jerome Ford a decent amount, but it's a little more crowded. Like yeah, I'll go Jaden Blue. Don't love it, not overweight Jaden Blue by any means necessary. Not telling you you have to click him. You're making a mistake to pass him up. But I think you can mix him in enough and not feel gross about it, especially when you just need another running back. Like at the moment, he is Javonte Williams' handcuff, a player that is not the most healthy historically, and at times a little uninspiring, but definitely didn't show up enough last year. Year 2 could develop a little bit more. Drafted round 5, has some talent, could catch a lot of passes. It's a little bit gross. It's round 20 for a reason, but like, yeah, I'll mix in Jaden Blue every now and then. I'm not gonna hate it too much. He's another handcuff that would be the starter and potentially top 15 in your lineup if the starter went down. If Javonte gets hurt, Javonte went pick 27 in this lobby. Huge investment on Javonte, and his handcuff doesn't get drafted. So we're just betting on an injury. You know, at the end of the day, you have to expect some injuries, and that's one reason why you can't dismiss someone like Jaden Blue. But if they draft someone ahead of him, let's say round 3 or 4, that's gonna suck. If he survives the draft, though, then watch him move up the board. Watch him move up above like Trey Benson. If he survives the draft, wheels up on Jaden Blue in terms of just handcuff value. So mixing him in just enough. Not going to go overboard. Don't do it very often. But one of the names I consider in this draft, Jordan James is already taken. So some of my go-tos above him already off the board. But would not have hated Damon Claiborne there. Jerome Ford also in the queue. Don't think it's a bad click. DJ Giddens also in the same bucket as Jerome Ford, maybe more talented than Jaden Blue. I'm sorry, same bucket as Jaden Blue, but maybe more talented. But Jonathan Taylor, probably a little less likely to go down. And then we did pull up Kareem Hunt in the last one. Not going to do that again. Not going to do that like crazy, but maybe every now and then. That's the team. We go 3-7-7-3 out of the 7 slot with Jared Goff stacked up with Amon-Ra, Matthew Stafford unstacked but good value. I just wanted points at quarterback. And then Fernando Mendoza unstacked but 17 picks past ADP, really nice falling value. Running back going a bit of an anchor and hero approach with Ken Walker, and then at the last second I saved it with Rico Dowdle. Holy shit, this team would look terrible without Rico Dowdle. I'm so glad I did not take Justin Herbert. Rico Dowdle, huge selection for me. Mike Washington at 127. The position dried up quickly. We pull up Jonathan Brooks, 138, out of necessity. Pull up Tank Bigsby, 175. That's much more appropriate to where he should be going. And then feeling the pressure, grab Ray Davis and Jaden Blue. Zero's week 1, but that handcuff upside keeps them live to offer some interesting depth. But need Walker and Dowdle to smash, and then need Mike Washington to come alive and a good landing spot, and then need Brooks to figure it out. down the stretch. But if one of these three gets into my lineup at any point in time, that should be clutch. But receivers, awesome. We only have 7, but they're awesome. Really, really amazing players. Amon-Ra, A.J. Brown, taking the bet that he leaves Philly, and then Devontae Smith round 4. If he does get that bump, then the round 4 price is just egregiously low come best ball mania time. But Roma Dunze, we got a little falling value. Not much, but I've seen him go much higher than ADP recently. I'm not going to brag about that, but Rome as the 4th feels awesome. Brian Thomas as the 5th is truly elite. And then Omar Cooper Jr., Jeremy Bernard, don't need these rookies to contribute much, but they have the talent where they could be some of the best picks on the board, in all honesty. But Tucker Kraft, AJ Barner, and Eli Stowers. Got another rookie there. Kraft is the elite option. Could be a top 3 guy. And then AJ Barner, nice falling value. Really underrated, solid depth piece with a lot of touchdown production last year. But Stowers need a good landing spot. Maybe we get a lucky stack with Stafford somehow, or Mendoza. Maybe one of those teams does draft Stoward, Omar Cooper Jr., or Jeremy Bernard. We'll see what happens. But a lot of hope on Mike Washington this one, and Jonathan Brooks. If they can pay off, I might be unstoppable. But this team is dope, worth the risk, really interesting. I do kind of regret, though, not taking Trevor Lawrence. If you told me I took Trevor Lawrence instead of Tucker Kraft, our tight end room would have been kind of bad. But I would have had Gainwell instead of Stafford, and this running back room wouldn't have been as thin. Quarterback would have still been pretty awesome. And I would have had another stack instead of an unstacked quarterback. So, yeah, I do regret passing on Trevor Lawrence in exchange for Tucker Kraft. That, I think, was the correct decision at 79. Can't get them all right. The previous draft, I had no regrets. This is the draft where I have a minor regret of skipping out on T-Law. But it's okay. We're going to be fine. Let's take a look at Fantasy Dog's team. I'm curious how his roster shaked out in the end. He was at pick 12, goes 3-4-10-3. Okay, I'm going to have to smoke for this one. I think I got to smoke in preparation for this. Hyper fragile at running back with Burrow, Lawrence, and Baker. So really good at QB, phenomenal. But running back at the 12-13 picks, 1-2 turn goes James Cook, Derrick Henry, just betting like crazy that they're the guys you need. Jordan Mason, okay, but as the 3rd, a little shaky. Not gonna lie, above ADP, don't love it, but at the turn, you're allowed to pull people up, and it's justified all day long, so perfectly fine. And then Chris Rodriguez, a major bet that he's just the guy that you need in Jacksonville. If you're right, all the power to you, man. If you're right, I would love to see this actually take down the contest. That'd be awesome. But receiver has T. Higgins, Zay Flowers, Parker, Washington, Chris Godwin, Jalen McMillan, double stacked with Baker. Feels great. Travis Hunter, Parker stacked up with T-Law. That feels dope. Has Tesla with some spike week potential. Trey Tucker, spike week guy as well, but kind of hard to trust. Then Cooper Kupp, Keenan Allen. Betting on the old guys. No rookies. Not a single rookie on this squad. Dope. Hope Keenan Allen comes out of retirement. Hope he signs somewhere. Hope Cooper Kupp does not retire or get hurt, because I think you actually need them a little bit more than you might think. But I don't know if you needed 9, man. I think you went a little overboard with 9. Just a little bit. But Juwan Johnson, Colby Parkinson, Mike Gesicki, very solid, very legit. I know Gesicki's stacked up. Otherwise, the other 2 are not. Doesn't matter, though. Titan was a little odd in this lobby as well. Titan was a little bit weird. Thought I'd get some falling values, never did. So, that's okay. But, yeah, I think you needed to grab a running back instead of one of these receivers. Because you start off pretty well up top. Like, even though T. Higgins is the number 1, Flowers, Parker, Godwin, McMillan, top 5, feels okay. to have another 10 receivers. A little overkill. Yeah, give me one more running back, man. One more running back. But never got like great values after C-Rod. I think you should have taken Emmett Johnson over Travis Hunter. I think that's what I would have done. But respect the approach. C-Rod to the moon, apparently. That's the pick you need. Good luck, Fancy Dog. I wish you well. But the running back room scares me a little bit. I hope James Cook and Henry stay healthy. If they do, you're gonna crush. If they do, you're in business. Boom Shakalaka at 11 goes Kyler, Malik Washington, CJ Stroud, Achane Kyron, David Montgomery, Aaron Jones, Tyrone Tracy, Jalen Wright. Not a bad running back room at all. Pretty solid, pretty safe, good. Oh no, you pulled up Jones and Tracy by like 10 picks apiece. So good depth. Where did it cost you? Did it cost you at all? Jefferson, Igbuka, Carnell Tate, Addison also stacked up with Kyler. Right? Yeah, has Kyler. Debo, Tank Dell, Torrey Horton, and Jalen Noel. Do you have Stroud on this team? You do. Tank Dell and Noel stacked up. Feels interesting. Like, if those two guys are going to pop, then Stroud is actually a solid pick. Don't hate it, but I'm personally like never clicking Stroud. Also has Schultz, so major stack in Houston. Can't feel great. Not my favorite offense to stack up, but I get it. Laporta, Schultz, and Otten. That's fair. That's pretty dope. So quarterback, good luck with Malik Willis and Stroud, but the Kyler pick totally justified. And then, yeah, good. The receiver room a little bit interesting, but up top it's good enough. I wouldn't care at all. And then an amazing price on Debo, so all set. Yeah, Debo to Miami would be interesting. That'd be fun. That'd be really fun, actually. Debo to Miami with Malik Willis. I hope you get that stack just to fall in the lap. But good team, balanced. Really no holes. Maybe just a couple player takes that I might differ on. The Tank Dell could be tricky, but not enough to concern yourself. Like, if anything, it just means Noel will be better. So, yeah, solid team. Very, very legit. Definitely going to compete. And you punted QB, just like I did, till the 9th round. Feels like that's kind of the move sometimes. Good team. OTD, I don't think was watching. We did have Silver Rapture watching, though. Yeah, 100% got to check out Silver Rapture. Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, and Shador out of the 103 with a 3.773. So really risky at QB. Extremely risky. But if Mahomes stays healthy, then you don't really need Rodgers to even play, I suppose. And then Shador will offer a little bit of value, but not much. Good luck at QB. Running backs, Javonte pulled him up at 27. I wasn't in love with that click, but I guess he wasn't coming back. I think I would have just taken Jacobs, but you get unique. Can totally work out. I take Jaden Blue, so I guess I hedged against it. But you had the next best receiving room, if not better than mine. The receiving room is where all the value really is. But with Javonte Chuba Hubbard, you got 2 starters. You're in business. I wanted Dobbins. For some reason, I didn't see Dobbins off the board, and I thought I could still get him in the 110s for some reason. But very legit click. Rashad White, Kenny Gainwell. Yeah, your running back room worked out. Definitely on the right side of the board to be in that situation. Yeah, I passed on Gainwell. Would have liked to have either Gainwell or Rashad on my team. But James Conner and Justice Hill, so good depth as well. Yeah, running back worked out. Totally worked out. Receiver has Puka, London, Terry, DJ Moore, Michael Wilson, Kayshon Boutte, and Hollywood Brown. Absolutely deserve to stop at 7. And then Dallas Goddard, Chico Conquo, Pat Fryermuth. Love the names in the late tight end section. I think you may have approached this build a little bit safer than mine, but I think mine has more upside. Your quarterback room scares me, but your running back room is much stronger than mine. I'm not going to pretend like it's not. But Dobbins a bit of a floor play. Rashad also a bit of a floor play. Kenny G, really valuable. Wish I had him. Chuba, I made the bet on Jonathan Brooks, so we are betting against each other. If I'm right on Brooks, damn, I am in business. This is a fun team to be betting against. Like, I respect the versus mano a mano approach in this draft because we both go with 5 receivers and 1 running back for the first 6, and just, you know, punt quarterback a little bit, wait till the round 9, and then you got a little bit boxed out. You pass on Tyler Shuck for Rashad, but don't hate it. But get stuck with Rodgers and Shador. Good luck at QB. You gave up the safety at QB for the safety at running back, and I gave up a little bit of safety at running back for more strength at QB. But yeah, fun lobby. I really wish I went Lawrence instead of Kraft now, because then we'd be able to like fully compare how the late round tight end strategy worked out for both of us. But yeah, fun competition in this one. Appreciate y'all for joining us, and you were the one requesting this third draft the most. Really appreciate it. Nailed you on blue. Did you want Jaden? Oh, bummer. Didn't intend on the snipe, but I mean, you made such a big bet on Javonte. I don't think you can afford for him to go down. But that's fun. Yeah, a little funny on the quarterbacks. Appreciate you, Fantasy Dog. You're a true day one viewer. Appreciate you, man. Love you too. Appreciate you. But you warned us, Silver Rapture, sort of like my wide receiver room last draft. The quarterback room is not one to envy. I still think Rodgers is a fine click, but like with Mahomes, it's like so risky. Like I almost would have liked you to take Justin Fields there instead of Shador. Was Fields already taken? Yeah, Fields went 226. Bummer. Yeah, I think instead of Justice Hill, you should have just taken Justin Fields, man. I think that would have been worth it, because like Fields can give you like a 30-point spike week and carry you for a while if Mahomes isn't there. I don't think you can really get that from Shador. And like, what is Justice Hill really going to offer you different than what like Claiborne might be giving you? You know what I mean? Like, that's where maybe just get a little bit extra unique. Maybe you don't even need the 7th running back, honestly. Like, with Javonte, Chuba, Dobbins, Rashad, Gainwell, and James Conner, not sure you needed that 7th running back. I think Fields might have been a little bit more valuable. Just like, you know, in hindsight, compared to Shador. But I also get it. When Mahomes is active, he could also just be outscored by Shador, and then you would get a 0 with Fields. So, yeah, it's not the end of the world. It's the end of the round. It's the end of the draft. I'm not gonna dog you for that. But had Fields in the queue and Claiborne, had to settle for Shador. Yeah, maybe you do agree. Going Fields over Hill might have been the move. But appreciate you. Appreciate everyone for staying up this late. We are into the tomorrow officially. We're 12:09 a.m. and thank y'all so much for this was a fun evening. I feel like in general on Sunday we'll try and get caught up a little bit, because I hang out with my girlfriend over the weekend and don't see her very much during the week. Got to set up aside some time for just us, and appreciate y'all's patience. Y'all showed up today with our first stream back since Thursday, so very, very thankful. And I will see y'all tomorrow with a stream on the channel as well as an appearance on Cody's channel, Off the Schneid. We will be joining him in the evening, 7:15 Pacific Standard Time. Head over to Off the Schneid. So look out for that. I'll be posting it on the community tab, a link to that video, and then also I'll do a reminder on X as well. But we will tuck in Leia. Where is she? Oh, she's here. Oh, here she is. Here she is. Yeah, she's ready. She's ready to go to bed. She's ready. All right, y'all. Appreciate everyone. Thank you so much, Fancy Dog. So are you, man. We're all heading places. Everyone. All of us. Good night, everyone. Peace out. Bye-bye. Actually, no. One last smoke before we go. I was gonna kill the bowl anyways. Got to do it on the stream. Anyways, bye-bye. Later.